reaching a dismal height. A new cycle has begun, the collapse of kingdoms, a new world rising, politics colliding. The truth becoming a stranger, the mouth of a new era opening wider, a ceremony of innocence swallowed. Second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. An image, not one of holiness, a shared imagination, a symbolic revelation, a vision of darkness, a creature born from the chaos, a collective consciousness, brutal and godless. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. 2,000 years, the end of an era, history moves, it bends. When morals and spirituality become extinct to humanity, salvation hides where many won't seek, as an uncontrollable darkness swallows the world whole. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. The future looks grim from here to end, as darkness slithers in, up from your desert sand. A beast rises, a lion body ahead of a man, a soulless blank gaze, pitiless. An ancient power moving with purpose, showing no mercy, pushing itself into being. Cold, slow, and inevitable, birds flying in confusion as the ghostly remnants remain as echoes of the old world are left in end. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, a warning. seen coming through the door. The whispered tears, yours or mine, but pain it will only find. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown, only to close my eyes, turning around in me. Slow motion death, a caravan of ghost stars falling as we watch the moon fade. Bones and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. I feel the river water washing me. All the beautiful things can't be free. In the distance I see the sun clinging to the last day. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. No pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It was a beautiful war of flesh and bone against spirit and consciousness. The eternal you of memories in motion, to live once more and to die once more. Wounds and wisdom, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown, body and soul, a lifetime journey into the unknown, a broken crown. This pain of coming back to life, I feel everything, everything. When I open my eyes, your face, I'll never forget. Your horror, my pain, I'm alive, living again. I feel every stitch and every scar. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. Like a god, do you feel like a god? Creating without thinking, no pros, no cons. You let me walk, you let me see, you let me feel. I found her, but she did not know me. reached for her, but she recoiled in horror. I wanted to beg anything for her love, the look on her face. I want out of this place. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. It doesn't matter, it can't matter no more. I'm incomplete, I'm missing me. The world is darker than I remember. I wanna love her, but this heart is not mine. I wanna touch her, but these hands are not mine. I wanna tell her I love her, but this voice is not mine. Looking into her eyes, I saw how love dies. Now that's where her body lies. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. Revenge shall be mine, I'll catch you in time. You gave me the pain of coming back to life. I want you to see me, look what you've done, what you've done. A man no more from a madman's hands. I walk alone, no part of me is home. Place me back under the stone. Father, what's my purpose? Abandoned, left for dead, a monster. Why have you forsaken me? Accept me as I am. As I am. What's my purpose?
Oh, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. Oh man, I'm telling you, dude. I'm excited. I don't know. I'm just so pumped for this episode. Talked to some really good friends of mine from the old days. I worked on it this past weekend. Yeah. Anthony knows. I was like, I told everybody this is gonna be good. It's gonna be delicious. I'm excited.
It's gonna be a nice paranormal stew today.
Yeah. The show, a lot of people have messaged. Well, not to say a lot. I'm not gonna go like everybody's just blowing up my thing with messages now. 4 people. Mm-hmm. 4 different people messaged me, but one in particular, I'd say all of them, but one in particular had really good questions pertaining to the show that we did on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
That show, we talked a lot about, we had a panel.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
And it was, we went, deep down into the rabbit hole of Earth, life, the history, philosophy, the idea and of religion and God and everything else. And tomorrow is, how do I do this? tomorrow is the members only show. And it got me to thinking because we're going, I don't want to call it a spinoff, but it's because, that sounds kind of trivial to trivialize what happened to Griffey and Kevin. But it's based on what we have been talking about with this family out in California. And we went generation by generation, step by step, which I think was the correct way to do it. And we got to this current generation.
Mhm.
They're a little bit younger than you. They're like almost 30 now, but they had friends who had house sat for them. And it kind of gets into the whole dreamscape thing. And when I was had finished talking to not Griffey, no, it was Griffey. Yeah, sorry, it was Griffey earlier today. When I hung up with him, I went to sleep. And then I started dreaming. And I don't lucid dream that often, but I do occasionally. Lucid is not vivid. Vivid is when you have a very vivid dream. You see it all. It's kind of like when Abraham Lincoln had his dream of dying. It was very vivid. And it was a little bit of lucidity in there because when he was watching it, he interacted with one of the soldiers. Like he walked up and said, "Who has died?" Because he was curious. But the lucidity would be where you have like a control over it, right? I have a friend who lucid dreams quite a bit. His name is Adam, and Adam told me that he was falling one time, and then he came to the conclusion that he didn't have to fall, and then he just began to float, and he just landed, and then everything looked like Minecraft. But this would have been back during PlayStation 1 era. So Minecraft wouldn't have existed back then. So he had this whole weird, whatever it was. And so when you step back and you look at the dream thing, you build a world through your subconsciousness. And a lot of scientists believe, and then just because scientists believe it don't mean that but there was this one guy from the Max Planck Institute who was talking one day. And thank you, Chris, for that donation. We've been lacking,
cult dues.
Everybody needs to give us money. You know how we sit up here and beg for boots, according to the
yes, we're begging for money for hiking boots.
Begging, please, please, we implore you. We're broke as hell. We need money, please.
You might make the mistake of offering to help someone who needs help financially, and then they use that as an angle of attack.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, that's happened. That's already happened. My bad. Our friend across the pond who called up, who was in tears because you needed financial help, and we offered to help you, and you use that as an attack against him now, because he never said anything about to anyone about offering to help you, not a word. And but now you speak up, and somehow he's a bad guy for that, right? Because he's begging for money for hiking boots.
Well,
whatever.
If you look at it like this, though, this is the best they can come up with, is that I offered to help somebody.
Yeah.
That is an angle of attack.
I mean, how many of the people you're associating with now, and you know who you are, how many of them are stepping up and saying, "Hey, do you need financial help with your legal battle with your family?" Not one of them is going to do it. They never have. They never will. But keep pouring your hatred on him. Go ahead. See how far it gets you. See what you're going to reap from sowing all those bitter little seeds. It's a very, very spiritually bad thing that you're doing, associating with those people. But I know that words won't reach you. You're just going to have to get burned by them, and you will, because they can't help it. They're not friends. They're just united in hatred of PRT, of Wolf, of all of us, and all the paratroopers. That's it. It's the only thing that unites them. They're not united for anything good whatsoever. But you're going to see, because they're going to turn on you, and they're going to eat you like they do each other.
Well, look what happened to Mr. Nunley. Whenever he left that group, he got accused of being a worshiper of Baphomet, and the very people that were saying that about him and accused him of that, he runs back over there as soon as he gets out of the hospital. And I'm going to say this one more time, and I don't want to talk about it anymore because I'm really not supposed to. I didn't start this. I did not. When he got out of the hospital, we had prayed for him. And he tells people that I started saying things about him as, and what was that?
I don't know.
And
like
no,
something
I
popped.
didn't. I absolutely did not. And it was shocking and baffling to us that he just started back up again. First, Larry announced it that he was coming back. I thought, oh, he's going to go back on his show. So what, And I thought, well, maybe it's done. Maybe he'll leave us alone. We're not, No, he came back just to attack us.
Yeah.
That's what Larry was so giddy about. And I'm just, y'all are all going to get it. And
Yeah, don't give your kids and your grandkids all of your time and energy or attention. No, give it to Josh Turner, someone you hate. Deprive your children and your grandchildren of all the time and energy that they want to have with you, and give it to him. Because make him the first thing you think about when you wake up.
Look at this
the
right
first
here.
thing you post about, everything. Not your loved ones, not the people who desperately want to be with you. No, just him. Make your life about him. See what happens.
Read what that guy just said, Bucky.
Hey Josh, I was on Facebook, bro. I looked you up on my new account. I got people trying to tell me you're lying about your wife Nellie being in the hospital. I blocked them. Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
All this work.
But you keep associating with those people, and you know who you are. Lady across the pond who was offered money, who was offered financial help because you said that you didn't have anything and you didn't have, and there was no one stepping up to help you. You keep associating with those people who are going around telling people that very lie about Nellie, who are telling people that Nellie is lying about having a tumor and an aneurysm behind her eye, and that we're complicit in that lie to get money, because that's what they're saying. So just these are the kind of people that you're throwing your lot in with, and you're gonna see what happens when they're not your friends. They're not even friends with each other.
Thanks for being on, Chris. I enjoyed it too.
Yeah, here it is.
We're just trying to get the people in there in the chat, whatever.
And she says, yes, I'm the person he offered money to. I did not ask for any. He offered to give it to me. So for that, you're a piece of crap, right? I'm still disgusted at him begging the Paraturds for money when, in his own words, he had plenty.
Who's that, Barton?
No, it's the lady across the pond who's came out of the woodwork to just attack you for no reason, for offering to give her a helper with money.
Yeah.
I wish people would wake up to the lies he's been feeding them. At least I can hold my head high as I've got morals and respect. What morals compel you to tell people this guy offered to help me in my time of need? He's a piece of crap. Let's attack him. What morals compel you to do that? That's what I want to know.
That's it. This is okay. So this is Nellie wrote this right here. This is in PRT News. This is why you got to go to PRT News. You'll see what's going on here. And I am not in charge of that group. I'm not the admin or anything. And nor do I make memes of people or any of that. I don't do any of that bullshit. Okay. I'm not into that. People do what you got to do, but I'm not that guy. That's why me and Clough had problems, because even though those people we were fighting were not good people, he was into that character assassination. Mrs. Crooks, I'm going to tell you something. It was not Clough who defended you. It was me. Clough had no intentions of helping you or Audra Brady. I'll say your name too. The only one that he was going to help on his own accord was Batmom. I asked him to defend these people. If you're going to character assassinate these other people, help the people. Don't just do that. And thus began his white knighting for these people. Now he's spreading a rumor that I had some kind of thing for Bettina because I defended her. Did I have a thing for Abe too because I defended him? Did I have a thing for Jesse and Joe Doyle because I defended them? Did I have a thing for Brandy and Krista? because I defended them. Yeah, according to y'all, I did. I had a thing for all these people. At one point in time, they said that I liked Krista, that I wanted Brandy, that I wanted Jesse. Even made comments like I wanted, the dudes. That me and Joe and Abe were some kind of weird, whatever. Y'all have said the most horrible, awful things you could possibly say. I'm no offense to you, but I wasn't going to talk about this.
Yeah,
but
it's just hard to.
I understand. Yeah, I get it. You're my nephew, and you care, you love us, and you want,
Anyone who's like kind of lost right now, without context, what it boils down to is this: if you want a definitive answer as to why all of these people are just coming out of the woodwork to try and cut us down, and not just him, not just us as the hosts of the show, but also our audience. Go and watch last Monday's Open Lines live stream. It's called like Open Lines, Ancient Civilizations, Inner Earth. It's like 6.5 hours, and you'll see like how deep that discussion goes, and how for that entire time there were all these different viewpoints being brought to the table, and no two people completely agreed about everything, but the whole conversation was civil. It was enlightening, and it was some of the concepts being discussed were very high level, complex concepts, which both my uncle and our guest did a very good job of articulating those concepts and in a way that would make them palatable, to make them easier to understand. That is a standard that is set here at PRT, and it is a standard that is not met anywhere else. Least of all, their silly Rudy Poot little 240p laptop camera, a laptop microphone shows, right?
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground, whatever. The fact is, if you watch that live stream, last Monday's live stream, just do yourself a favor and check it out. That's why they hate it. That's why they hate us, because they cannot measure up to that standard, and they never have, they never will. They can't be up here. So they want to pull us, everyone down here to be with them instead of lifting themselves up. They can't do it. And they're going to give you all these reasons why PRT needs to be taken down and go away. Not one of them makes any sense. Not one of them justifies the level to which they're taking it. But if you watch last Monday's live stream, you'll see why. You will see why. And you will not see conversations like that anywhere else on YouTube. I promise you that level of conversation of discussing differing high level ideas and in a civil manner with like 9-10 people all together. It's something that is exclusive to this show, and that is the brainchild of my uncle, and we have worked together to cultivate that.
I'm gonna have to say this here because I'm just now reading this here. The deals on there. I didn't read the bottom here. So this person, Wendy Crooks, says, yes, I'm the person he offered money to. I did not ask for any. He offered to give it to me. I'm still disgusted at him for begging the paraturds for money when, in his own words, he had plenty. I wish people would wake up to the lies he's feeding them. At least I can hold my head high. Okay, you read that. Then AI Mike. This is Stephen Michael McKee, who I promise you, we're going to see each other in court. This is what I'm going to say. This is the absolute truth. He says, Wendy, he has offered me money also and told me no one had to know about it. You're right, Mike. I did. I absolutely did. And I'm going to show you all. You want to be cute? You want to play stupid games? Let's play stupid games. These people, tired of these people hijacking everything. Yeah. Here it is right here, folks. That's me right there. Mike, all joking and BS aside, if you need money for food, I will send it to you and you don't have to tell a soul. I don't hate at all, no matter what. You may hate my guts, but I won't let you or your people go hungry. There you go, you son of a bitch. Whatever. So you want to talk about me? You want to talk about me? Dude, I try to help you because they were mocking you and making fun of you because you didn't have no money, because I know you live on some damn whatever the government assistance that you get, you're a bug. That's what you are. That's what you are. You're all bugs. And Wendy, you know the truth about that conversation. You cried on the phone saying you didn't have food to eat, that you didn't have money, and I offered to give you money. My wife had money for her art supplies, and we were going to give it to you because we were broke as hell. That's why we needed money to do the real boots on the ground, and we didn't get enough to even get it to do anything. And I offered to give you what little we had at that time. And I've had to sell my gold to get by and survive because I don't make enough money on this damn show or my job. And I still give, and I still do what I got to do. And every Christmas, I still empty my pockets and help people. You people are pieces of shit. This is what I want to fucking talk about. And you're laughing, Mike, because you're a sociopath. What in the hell kind of person are you, Mike? I offered to help you because I know you don't have money for food right now. You son of a bitch. And you're going to drag my name? You sorry ass? And then you sit there and talk about my wife? You liar?
I guarantee you none of your own people have reached out to you like
and
that.
Barton, I'm going to tell everybody right now, you're going to see it in court. I've given you nearly 10 grand because you're such a piece of shit. You get out of the hospital and you believe a turd like Larry lying. Y'all, in my opinion, you're all a bunch of lying frauds, and you're going to sit up there and let them tell you that you want to believe that. I paid some voodoo doctor or whatever the fuck it is to curse you? What? And then he had an attack of consciousness. Hey, man, I'm not going to curse you. Josh Turner wanted me to. Who the fuck are you talking about? The hell is wrong with these people? My wife got an MRI tomorrow.
It's hard.
I hate this community. Fuck you. I'm out, dude. You know what? You want it. Fuck it. We'll quit. We'll quit. And then I will come back once this is done and y'all are all have your asses in court sued. And this woman that came to my page talking all this shit, let me tell you something. Lady, y'all threatened me. You threatened my life over and over and over again. I didn't do shit to you. I don't know you. I never did a damn thing to any of you. But what? What the fuck do you want from me? Right here. This is what they've done. There's the threats right there. Those are the people making those threats right there. All these people. Right here. Mutilation threat. Terroristic threatening. Assault. Here's another one. Accidents happen. Houses burned down. They're talking. They gave them my address. They doxed us, posting all this crap, sexual harassment. Dude, let us have a crack at them, you know. Another one that implied he was going to do harm to me. Another one said there was going to be a barbecue beatdown. Fix the problem. Let's bully and slander him. Conspiracy, all this other armed threat from a woman that came onto my page and harassed me for 2 days. I don't know you. These people are telling you, they're selling you a bill of goods. Yeah, I offered to help Wendy Crooks because she was on the phone crying that she needed money, and I was willing to give it to you, to help you. And this is what you do? And you said I'm a piece of shit? That I'm begging people for money for boots? What
the hell's wrong with these people? It's like no good deed goes unpunished. You know, you can't. I mean, like, what is he supposed to do? Like, what do you people expect from him? And you know, like all y'all making threats, y'all are people who don't even know him. He has no idea who you are. You really don't know who he is. All you know is what you've been told about him by mentally unhinged, psychotic people. And no, they are not internet trolls. Internet trolls are people in their teens, 20s, 30s. You can block and delete them, and they'll go and find somewhere else to go. No, once you get in your 40s, 50s, 60s, and you're on the internet constantly attacking, just writing up a bunch of the most unholy, ungodly, disgusting crap you can think of, spewing it all over the internet. and you have kids to take care of, you have mouths to feed, you have grandkids to take care of, and you're still doing that, you're still acting like a teenager on the internet. That's not block and delete. That is legitimately psychotic. You have a psychosis. You people, you are mentally ill, and everyone else who's listening to them, that's who you're listening to. You don't know this person. You don't know us. You know what you've been told about us, and it's so blatant that it has led you to say things, to make threats against someone you don't even know, against someone that he doesn't even know you. He's never done anything to you. So ask yourself, like, why am I making threats against someone, again, to shoot someone, to stab someone, to beat someone up, to find someone, asking for their address publicly? Why am I doing this against someone that has done nothing to me? Oh, it's probably because you're listening to some very bad people, some psychotic, mentally ill people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, still acting like teenagers, like angry, upset teenagers who didn't get their way, and they keep going and going and going and going and going. We keep saying it. It's every day there's a new angle of attack, and today here's another one. These people are sick in their head. They are not normal. They're barely even people. Honestly, what little humanity is left in them, they don't want it. All they seek, they want him to just be ruined and then dead. And then that's not good enough, because after he's dead, they want to piss on his grave. I promise you, I'm not exaggerating, that they have publicly wrote prayers for our death. That they have wrote their own little fan fiction about me dying, about Maddie dying, about him dying, about all of us dying. They're so fixated on all of our deaths.
And I'm going to say something else to you, Mike. I'm going to say something else to you, Mike. You started all of this. And even though all the horrible things you've done and said, everything that you have done, you've stolen so much from us. And you talk about what we stole. You took money. You take money and you don't give it to your son. And we gave it to your son. That poor kid has been through enough. You can't even be a dad. I want to see you. I want to see you when you face justice. Even after everything you've done. Yeah, I messaged you privately because I don't want to see you go hungry, and I thought I could help you. You look at it as weakness. I look at it as doing what's right, because that's what we're supposed to do.
That's doing your duty.
You sorry ass. These people, you're so sorry. I can't believe the kind of trash you are. That is unbelievable, folks. Yeah, they do all this so they can see me blow my top and get, all the work I put into this shit. And all this is going to do is get me more attacks, more and more attacks. Please pray. Tomorrow Nellie's got the really invasive thing that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for losing my cool. I am.
Okay.
Get this.
You don't have to apologize. You're only human.
Damn.
You don't have anything to apologize for. Despite what all these people are saying, we demand an apology for this. We demand an apology for that. You're not getting an apology for anything. All right. The level to which y'all
apologize for what?
Existing.
They owe us an apology. They've disrupted my life, in every facet of my life. You have done everything you could do other than kill me. For what? For what? For what? Because I stand up for myself, and I stand up for the truth, and I stand up for the people in this community. And y'all pieces of shit, you attack everybody because you got devils on you that you don't even know you have. They're so far up your ass.
We even reined our own people in. And Wolf talked about this right here on the live stream. We even reined our own people in who were making fun of you and attacking you because you did some food review video on your YouTube channel, and all you had was canned food. And people were
And
making
I
fun
didn't
of
even
you
want,
for
you know,
that.
and I got on. I lost 2 people for that
Yeah,
because I jumped on them. I said, "Don't do that. That's wrong."
but see, those are the
And now
more.
they're attacking me. And then this guy goes and does that. You sorry, you know, God. I try to do the right thing. God damn. I'm not perfect, but I'm not what you say I am. You say the most vile things, and you're trying to get me killed. That's what they're trying to do. They made a video. You didn't say this. I'm going to tell you. Maybe you don't know it because you probably don't know everything that's going on. And neither do I because I can't keep up with it all.
That's the next thing I was going to say. I know what you're talking about.
They made a video of a child peeing on my grave.
Yeah. It's like a little freaking.
It's not enough to
disgusting-
kill me. You want to kill what we've done, what we've built. You want to take it and you want to destroy it. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Barton, I don't know if that blood sugar got to your head or whatever. I am not the hammer of the whatever the hell. I swear to you, before God, I'm not. I didn't attack you. And I spent an entire day trying to convince you of that because you were never my friend. You let all these people, you let that Ben threaten to kill me. And I had Ken Gerhardt on the phone with Nick. Don't even try to lie and say it didn't happen. He threatened to kill us. And you freaking sat there and you defended him. And then you defended this Larry who's done the same thing. How can you sit there and say that you're a normal human being? You are not a normal human being. Something is wrong with you, man. I was your friend. And when I reached out to Daryl Denton to try to talk to you, and then you let Larry attack us, and he went to the mods in that group, and he told them that we were bad-mouthing them, and they kicked us out of that group. And I had a lot of friends in that group. And let me tell you something, I never said a peep about you or anybody else in that group. I never said anything. But I watched other people do it, and they slandered me and my wife, and we stayed quiet. And let me tell you something, Dale did the right thing, and he removed Larry, and then you turned on him. Because you turn on anybody who tells you the truth because you don't want to hear it. You want me to be your enemy. And I don't want that, but you do. And God forgive me, but I hate these people. Right now in my life, I hate you. I've tried not to hate. I don't want to hate folks. I'm sorry that this is happening on my show. God dang, man. It's not what I came up here to do tonight.
Well, you're being real.
Son
right
of a
now.
bitch. Please. Just leave me alone. That's what I want, but you won't do it. Now I have to sue you, and it's taken every bit of our money that I have to do. I had to talk to him again today. I spent hours trying to unravel all of this. Oh, God dang, man. This is just everything you can do to just.
Well, you
Please
don't have
get
to
that
apologize
camera
for
off of me.
anything because we've said this before on the show, and we're proving it now. There's no like character on and off camera. What you see is what you get. And if you're watching this right now and you're thinking, oh, I just want to get to the stories. Can we get to the stories? Can we get to the stories? Well, then you know what? We got pre-recorded podcast episodes for that. There's a ton of them. Feel free. All right. Then the live stream is just not for you because live stream is what it is. Okay. And we're real people with real lives going through real things. And some of those things need to be articulated and expressed. And believe it or not, 90% of it, y'all never hear about. We don't share it. But that should tell you something, just how overwhelmingly negative this small pocket of people within this very community, one vocal minority, can just do so much damage. And it's because they are allowed to do so, because they get away with it over and over and over. And the reason that they hate PRT, and especially hate Wolf in particular, is because up to this point, they have been able to make everyone their punching bag, and no one wants to take them on. No one wants to call them out because they don't want the trouble. Look at all the trouble that they're putting us through. No one wants that. And so they allow this cancer to metastasize and to grow and grow and grow until it consumes anything and everything. Don't you think there's a reason that the paranormal cryptid community has such, the average person has a pretty bad reputation? Let's be honest. It's because of this vocal minority of people like this, these insane, backwards, mentally ill hillbillies, fundamentalists, just a cacophony of just insanity. These are the people who are speaking, who are making their voices heard. And if you want them to go away, you need to make your voice louder than theirs, because there are more of us normal, sane, decent people who are just wanting to learn. There's a lot more of us than there are of them. But the squeaky wheel gets the grease. You got to be that squeaky wheel. We're doing our best to be that squeaky wheel too, but this is your community too. We don't. PRT does not own the paranormal community. We're just a part of it, trying to make a difference and trying to cut out this insane cancer of mentally ill people. But you have to be a part of that too. These people's channels, their comments, just call them out for what they are. Because Lord knows they spend all day, all night. The first thing they do when they wake up is get on their phone and start typing away, making up whatever insane lie of the day they can think of about us.
Here, I'm going to read you this. This was from my wife. She posted this in PRT News, and she's not doing the best, right? I feel confident that God's going to make things good, make it right. We're just going through a real struggle, you know. The title is "No Good Deed Goes Unpunished," and she says, "I was there for that phone call. Wendy and Wolf were on the phone. She was crying to Wolf. It made us both tear up. I'm an emotional person, you know, so that's not a surprise. And I'm not a teddy baby. Like these people try to make fun of me. I have emotions. And sometimes anger can even make me tear up because I get emotional. I get upset. I hate the way people treat people. I hate the way they treat animals. I hate the way they treat God. I care, but maybe too much. And she was on speaker, and I heard the whole conversation. This is Nellie. What she did not know is I motioned for Wolf to put the phone on mute. Wolf muted the phone, and I told Wolf I had some money saved up. I told Wolf he could use my money and send her the money he had for his boots. It wasn't just boots. It was for gear, because we needed gear to go out into these places, because some of these places have snakes and things like that. So I had to get some big, thicker boots. We were broke as hell. We don't have a lot of money right now. We haven't had money for a while. Our job, the insurance is killing us financially. The insurance is $60,000 a year. We don't know how we're going to operate, stay in business. The insurances are out of control right now, folks. And if you have a company, you would understand, you know. So it says Wolf muted the phone, and I told Wolf I had some money saved up. I told Wolf he could use my money to send her the money he had for his boots, but I could wait to get my art supplies later, since I still had plenty of paints and paper. We were truly sad for Wendy and wanted to help her. Wolf was willing to forego his boots, and I was willing to forego my art supplies to help her. Now I see that it must have all been a lie to trick Wolf so it could be used against him. Wolf told her not to tell anyone because he didn't want, this is the truth, because he didn't want to be embarrassed for being in the position she was in. It takes a real piece of absolute excrement to do such a thing. Then Nellie says, Wolf helps people all the time and never says anything about it.
Yeah. Nobody even knew that you offered to help Wendy until she came forward and said it and used it as a point of attack. Nobody, because you didn't say anything. Nobody heard about this before now. That's what, because that's how you're supposed to be. If you're going to do something out of the kindness of your heart, you do it quietly, and you don't make a show of it. That is true, real, genuine kindness. You need help, please let me help you. And then you just shut up about it. That's how you're supposed to be.
In my opinion, these people are doing more than just trying to harass and cause problems, folks. I think that they are trying to get me killed. I say that with all sincerity, and I'll tell any judge on earth that that's what they're doing, because they are inciting violence. Barton was sitting there, you did, bragging about how many people reshared your lies. Your lies. You told a pack of lies on there on your page. And then you had those people go and reshare it to as many people as you could. I'm not going and resharing all the stuff you're doing. I'm just posting what you're doing. And I'm not making up lies. I'm telling the truth. And you're making up lies, and then you're trying to get these people to go out and repost it throughout the community because you sucked at what you did. Let's be honest. Your show was boring. You didn't take advice from me. You didn't take advice from Hellbent or Blondes and Booze. You didn't listen to any of us. And if you would have, you might have had a better show. But you can't sit there high as a kite with sunglasses on and just staring at the camera with no personality, no whatever.
No intelligent input.
If it's your wheelhouse to write books, then write books. Get out of the YouTube thing. And that's what you did, the best thing you could have done. But you could still write, but you're too lazy. You helped with the book, The Bigfoot, and I offered to get you to do another one, and you didn't want to do it. You're a lazy person, Barton. That's it, period. And maybe you had health issues. Or I don't know what the hell your deal was, but I tried to get you to, and I paid you $4,000. And I gave you money hand over fist, and I didn't need to buy those books from you. I bought them because you needed help. And I gave you money, and I bought things from you that I didn't need. And when I'm hurting and I need something, where do I go? Where is my? I don't have any. I've given it all away. God. I'm going to read you what I posted on my Facebook, just so people in PRT News. This is my stance on this. People are attacking and threatening us. This is exactly what Nutty Nunley wants, in my opinion. This is his whole game. He and his master, Mike, and that is your master, don't even lie, in my opinion. Him and his master, Mike, are weak, so their weapons are lies and deflection. These people fall for it, believing they are helping vanquish some evil that is bullying these lying men. They join their diabolical crusade and do the dirty work going back and forth. I honestly feel sad for the people being duped, but it is the responsibility of everyone to look into the baseless claims of people on any social media platform. That's my stance on this. When you come and you attack me and you threaten my life, which about 15 people did, you're responsible for that. If you pull the trigger and you kill me, go ahead, do what you're going to do. Kill me. You know, obviously one of these lunatics is going to do it at some point. Just remember, they're going to fall back on, we didn't tell you to do that. You went and did it. They're not going to help you when you go to jail for killing me. Go ahead, kill me. Do what you got to do. I have no doubt that one of you lunatics is already contemplating it. Because remember, I'm a woman abuser and a child abuser and all the other lies that they've told about me. I've never hurt a child in my life, and I've never hurt a woman. I've never hit my wife, and I don't hit people, women, children. Now, I've hit lots of guys. I'm not going to lie to that. I broke some jaws and busted some faces. Yeah, I was a fighter. I was a brawler. I did a lot of things, but it was never to a woman or a child. And they say that I helped kidnap this guy's son. No, the state of Oklahoma took him from you because you're an unfit father. And I had nothing to do with that, and I didn't even know he existed until that day. And that's the truth, Mike. You hate me, but you want to be me, and you and Barton both want what I have, but you don't want to work for it because you're lazy people. I sleep 4 or 5 hours a freaking day, and I get up and do things, and I've done more things by 2 in the afternoon than you've done in your entire week. You're sorry. You're lazy white trash. As far as I'm concerned, that's what you are. And you're some of the worst. And this comes from the white side of my family. The worst people on earth are white trash. I'm telling you right now, because you don't have to be what you are. You could do so much more with yourself, but you choose to sit there and waller in that bullshit, redneck bullshit mentality. I've dealt with it my whole life. I've had problems with people from every fucking race, every culture. But these people right here are the worst cockroaches I've ever seen in my whole 50 years of living. I couldn't do the things you do in one day. I couldn't come up with it an entire lifetime because my mind doesn't work like that, because I've given my life to Christ, and that's where it belongs. And y'all keep on. You're going to get me killed. You know you will. And Barton, I'm telling you, stop, because it is going to blow back on you. When they kill me, what do you think is going to happen to you? Do you think you're going to get away with it? I know Larry did. He thought he was going to get away with it. You tell people that I'd sacrifice children to Satan on Halloween. What is wrong with you?
Yep.
What is wrong with you people? My wife has a tumor. Do I need to bring the imaging and show you? Y'all want to be that much up in my ass in my life? What the fuck do you want? Because if it's money, I don't have it. The investments I got, I'm wearing them, man. I don't have shit. What do you can't take anything from a person. I don't have anything. All my money is spent, and I'm helping prop up half of the world right now. Everybody's got their hand out, and the economy is so bad, and we're giving people work that we should be doing ourselves, and we're paying people because they don't have anything, and people are suffering, and half the universe is depending on me, and you're trying to kill me and suck the blood out of me.
You know what makes it even sadder? It is the fact that they're not just doing us PRT a disservice. They're doing the whole community of which you are an integral part a disservice. This affects you too, because think about this. How many of you watching now, how many of you who will be watching the replay, so many of you have had encounters with things that your whole life you were told did not exist and should not exist and should not be real. And yet when the time came, it was right there in front of you. It could not be denied, and it shattered your entire worldview, and it changed the trajectory of your life. For better or worse, your life changed that day. And there is absolutely no going back. There's no getting your life back from before that point. There's only moving forward for you, and you just have to deal with that. And for a lot of people, it's when it's an extremely traumatizing thing. Now, imagine if you tried to tell the average Joe, the average person, about what happened to you, how they're going to perceive you. They're going to think you're some crazy person. Now, why is that? Do you think it's because what you're telling them is crazy? Maybe that's part of it. But I'll tell you the real reason why they think you're crazy, because they associate you with the craziest people within this paranormal cryptid community. You are being associated with the most unhinged, crazy, mentally ill, low-down, degenerate, hillbilly scum, white trash of the world, because those are the people who are within this community screaming and screaming and screaming. They have made themselves the representatives of the paranormal cryptid community. You are being lumped in with them because of that.
Yeah, they make everybody look crazy.
So because of that, you have all of this, you have so much that you're keeping inside that I know you wish you could share with let's say your family, your friends, people who may not know, but you can't, because their perception of this entire phenomena is defined by this small yet extremely loud group of people who they've put themselves up on a pedestal and said we are the paranormal cryptid community, and they're all crazy insane.
And then they said that I'm not even a part of the community.
Yeah.
Trying to ostracize me or insinuate something. Folks, I'm not perfect. I've said this before. I'm a man that has a lot of knowledge. I'm not lying to you. I am a smart man, but I'm not, I'm not impenetrable. I have feelings too. My whole life, being big and strong and being a fighter, my whole life, I've always been treated. And my dad said to me, he said, you're always going to be like you don't have feelings. My dad's a big guy, and he's always been treated that way. Like his feelings didn't matter. The world doesn't care when you're 6'4" and you weigh 370 pounds. The world doesn't give a shit about you. They just look at you like you can take care of yourself. You can, tear someone's head off. You should be okay to just deal with all the slings and arrows. But I have a heart too, and I have feelings. And you were my friend, Barton, and you did this to me. You chose liars and frauds over your friend. No matter how much I pleaded and told you this, you need to listen to me, you wouldn't do it. And when you were in the hospital, I prayed for you every day in earnest. And you know this, Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, he's agreeing with me. So he's obviously a piece of shit too, right?
I was part of that prayer.
We prayed for you
We all are.
and Letitia.
Our entire
Y'all
household.
aren't my favorite people. None of y'all are. And you've been exceedingly cruel to us. And I prayed for you. And I reached out to mutual friends to tell you, please consider what you're doing. I am not your enemy. You have made me your enemy. And I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that I don't like you. I do not like you as a person. And I hope to God that we're never around each other physically. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm no coward, believe me. And yes, I'm going to tell the truth right now. When I raised my voice, when we had that altercation with those people, you did jump. Don't say you didn't.
Yeah.
How couldn't you? You're about that big to me. And I would never put my hands on you and hurt you. You're older than me. You're frail compared to me. Barton, I would never hurt you. And right now, you're sitting there puffed up with pride and full of shit. I'm telling you that right now as a friend. If you picked up that phone right now and you called and I would talk to you. If you came on the show, I would talk to you and I would go down the hole with every single thing that has been done and said, and I will show you the proof of what these people have done. Mike and Larry have lied to you. They have lied to you, and they took my friend from me. And then they bragged about it. They bragged.
Yeah.
They did it.
They even said in their own words.
And you sat there and
took
you
some
watched it.
convincing.
Then they accused you of being a worshiper of Baphomet, and I defended you. I sat there, I was like, this is ridiculous. They said that we fought because I worshiped Leviathan or Van or whatever the hell it is, and you worship Baphomet. And I said, what kind of people are these?
Well,
These are the people that my friend threw me away for to go and be with and hang out with and be a part of this, people. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, man?
Wolf was the only one who defended you.
And I stopped many people from going after you. I'm just cut from a different cloth than you, my friend. I'm not perfect. But damn, if I'm going to sit there and be the most vile, evilish piece of shit, I cannot even imagine going every day and hating a person like that. How do you live like that? How do you do that?
Because they've never come up against someone like you. Someone who's just not going to take it, who's going to give it back. Going to give it back over and over and over. And it's I promise you, it's not, he's not, it's not, there will never be a day where it just, you can throw your barbs and just keep stabbing and stabbing and shooting and stabbing and attacking and lobbing your grenades. And it's not going to come back to you. You people, you don't understand. If you want this whole conflict to end, well, you have the power to do that. All we've ever done is just sit here and basically beg and plead with you to just, hey, can you stop punching me? Can you stop slapping me? Can you stop kicking me? Can you stop pulling my hair, pulling my ears? Can you stop stabbing me? Can you just go about your business and leave me alone? But no, y'all can't do that. All of October, y'all made like what is it, like 24 videos? Literally 24 videos. At bare minimum, each one is an hour to 3 hours long. Just talking about us. Screenshots after screenshots, after videos after videos. How warped do you have to be? Look, there are plenty of people that I don't like, that he doesn't like, that we don't like. We just don't watch their stuff and we don't listen to them speak. It's very, very simple. Any mentally well person is not going to hang on every single word of someone that they just despise and absolutely cannot stand, just hate. But you consume. You're listening right now. And Barton, you're probably leaving comments on this video right now because that's what you do. You leave like 10, 15 comments, one after another, and then you screenshot it and put it up on your social media. What are you doing? And if a normal person scrolls through your social media, every single post is Josh Turner. What is wrong with you? Yeah, you need to snap out of this crap.
The sad reality of this is that I have not stopped praying for you. Barton, I prayed for you today. I pray for all of them. I pray for you. Mike, I pray for you. I don't like you. I don't like the way you are. I don't like any of the way you are. But I pray for you. Because that's what we're supposed to do. And when you guys use Jeremiah from the Old Testament, which was an indictment against Judah, not people, not a person nowadays who is a brother in Christ, like you're supposed to be Christians. A couple of you, I'm pretty sure you're playing for the other squad. I'm telling you the truth. Martin, I never attacked you. I know who did, and I'm almost positive, and I wish I had the money because I'd show everybody. I'd expose them. But it costs a lot of money, and I'm going to have to pay a lot of money to do this, to go, because you won't stop. Y'all will not leave us alone. My wife was in the hospital, and the doctor said we needed to get her not be stressed. Y'all are trying to kill her. And she's defending us every day, and she ain't but about that big, and y'all just destroying her. You say the most horrible, vile things, and you're hurting her by hurting us, by hurting me. From the conspiracies of the home invasion and all the other lies you've spread, Mike saying I called him an engine. I never called you that, and you know I didn't. You make that up. You lie constantly. You take things out of Mike. You're an evil person. You have something really wrong with you. And I tried making peace with you, and you just stabbed me in the back and had people going around. It doesn't matter. I've tried everything with these people in this community. What you want is for me to leave. But when I left, you still kept fighting me. You kept attacking me. It was like I'm not even a part of the community anymore, and I was still being drugged down into the bullshit because you wouldn't stop. You have done everything you can to hurt us. We've gone to law enforcement. Now it's getting more serious because of these recent threats. I feel like, I am in fear for my life. I have to be real careful. They know where my studio is. We're going to have to try to figure something out to move. And we moved, and
they have our home address. They have our studio
address. They doxed us. I just want y'all to know if something does happen, I love everybody. I love all of you, even my enemies. And please don't do anything to them. Just let them be. Let God deal with them. They deserve it. They deserve everything that they get.
We've never once advocated.
But hold on. I will never rejoice in the destruction of a man's soul or his body. That is not something. There are people that cheer when someone gets hurt. I don't do that. It's a means to an end to punish people. But it is not something to rejoice in. Sorry, you go ahead.
We've never once advocated anyone to do any violent act towards these people. We've never even insinuated as such. And they have never once denounced any of their followers, acolytes, whatever, their brainless followers. They have never once denounced those people for saying violent things about us, for threatening violence against us. You will not find not one instance of these people in the Roach camp saying, "Hey, we condemn any violence. We don't condone."
Look at this.
Anyone doing physically anything to these people.
Look at this. Look at this. You see that? That's Mike right there. He can say he's an anonymous. I don't give a shit. Nelly being sick is a grift.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. They want you to believe that we are the worst caliber of people. It's a very simple tactic. You dehumanize your enemy. You convince people that they are less than human. Therefore, you don't have to feel any guilt for harassing, for beating, for killing them, stalking them. If you can convince people that these other people over here are evil, they're demons, they're animals, they're kidnapping children, they're sacrificing children on Halloween. That they even insinuated that we'd sexually abused a child. That's what they've
Yeah,
accused
they
us of.
alluded.
Yeah, they alluded to
They
it.
tried to allude that I heard a 10-year-old child. They were talking about Hunter.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, the boy was only 10 years old, like I'm some kind of pederast. You people know exactly what you've done. You've said everything you could imagine. Child abuser. You've tried to accuse me of beating my wife. You've tried to accuse me of Satanism, of sacrificing children. Y'all have done the most horrible things. You have said the most awful things, and you spread it all throughout the community. And people I don't even know come at me and attack me. And people say, oh, just block and delete and ignore it. You can't ignore it when people are threatening to kill you. Do you understand that? 15 of them right there on my own Facebook. I put it right there. I show you. Go look. Go look. Yes, Randy. Hashtag Hunter is home. Boy, he is, Mike. I think everything you do is a grift. And I don't give a shit. Go on with your life. Leave us alone. But you couldn't do that, could you? And now you and your cohorts and all the lies that you've told and you've spun and all the things you've done and all the evil that is in those hearts of these men is going to be exposed. You keep talking about the truth is coming out. The truth is here. And you made a post, Barton, about a year ago, trying to make me look like I had hurt a child. Had nothing to do with me. Nothing. That child was removed from that man's home. Why do you think he was removed, Barton? Do you believe that it was a conspiracy between me and my cohorts and the state of Oklahoma? What in the hell is wrong with you? How much ganja have you smoked and how much Coca-Cola have you drank? And the Sailor Jerry that you drink so much of. I don't give a shit what you do. I've smoked pot. So has lots of other people. But you pretend like you don't or you haven't or whatever because everybody has to think you're a God-fearing man. Well, when you run around with a pack of devils, what do you think people are going to think of you? You think they're not going to see through it? It's a smoke screen. You don't want people knowing that you smoke cigarettes. What in the hell's wrong with you? Half the country smokes a cigarette or vaping or whatever. I don't care anymore, folks. What I want is for my people to be happy and healthy. I want Hunter to be happy and healthy. And young man, I'm glad you had a good birthday. Congratulations to you. You've definitely changed since you left that snake pit that you were living in. And I hope we here at this community fight tooth and nail that he never, ever goes back to this man's house. I hope that y'all will listen to what I'm saying. If you got to write a letter, then write a letter, do whatever it takes to never let this man be around those children because he is not only is he not fit to be a dad, Mike, in my opinion, you need to be in jail. That's where you belong. And y'all can use witchcraft to visualize me being in jail like y'all posted. They posted that. They said, Witchcraft 101, visualize this man in jail. They had a picture of me behind bars. In jail for what? For what, Mike? For the things that you have done and the things that Barton has done and Larry and Clough, Dana, Jessica. The things that y'all have done, the things that you have said about me, and you've drug other people into this who I think were probably innocent at first and didn't know the truth. People said some horrible, awful things about me that I don't even know who these people, I didn't even know they existed.
Yeah. They just come out of the woodwork.
Threatening to kill me, threatening to tell me I'm going to shoot you on my land. And I got a little pink, this woman kept saying her pink thing. She's talking about a gun.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you people? Attacking a man that you don't know anything about.
And you know why you're doing that is because if you believe that we've done all these disgusting, despicable things that specifically Barton, Larry, Mike, Dana, Clough, all these psychotic people have told you, if you believe all those things about him, about us, then of course you're going to see no problem with threatening violence against those people, because anyone who would do the disgusting, evil things that they have accused us of doing, they probably deserve that. So I'm telling you, I get it. I understand why. Because you actually believe these things, because See, whenever someone tells a lie that is just so outlandish, so disgusting, so huge and blatant, and of course you're going to just, it's human nature to just accept it, because how can someone in their right mind just make something up that is so ridiculous? But that's the thing, isn't it? In their right mind. That's the key phrase. They're not in their right mind. So they tell you anything and everything because they have specific intentions. They want you to be riled up. They want you to harass. They want to recruit you to fight their battles and do their dirty work. I promise you, you are being used. We're not the people that they have told you that we are. They're trying to create a narrative so that you feel justified in doing any negative act towards us that you can possibly think of. That's the truth. And if you ask these people for proof of their claims, watch what happens. Watch how they squirm. Watch how they squirm and wiggle their way out of it and change the subject and move the goalpost.
Yeah, I want to answer this. Mike Turner has a very valid question. Very it's simple. You can look stuff up like that, for one thing, but it depends. They know where my studio is, Mike. Barton has been here. Many people have been here from the community, have been to my studio. Barton has been here. Larry showed up a couple times, once unannounced, which was disturbing. Clough has been here. Clough knew our address because we opened our house to him and let him stay there rent-free for 2 weeks, and he could work and get on his feet. See, Mike, what you don't understand is that we helped these people. We gave them jobs, and even though all Larry and Clough did was sleep, that's all they did. We still paid them.
Yep. Never docked their pay.
We never did anything. We gave them all the full pay. We did it just they just shit all over us. And it has to be one of them that gave the information. They knew where we lived, and Dana plastered it on Facebook where we're living now. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Mike, it is a nightmare. You got to stay. I hate to say it, but you got to stay because you don't know when one of these back shooters is liable to come out and do something. I don't know what they're going to do, and I don't think they themselves will do it. I think that they will have they're inciting people to do it, and it was all over Barton's page, threat after threat after threat after threat, not from him, but the people that he was inciting, and about 15 of them all were offering to do horrible things to me, burn my house down, kill me, hurt me.
And he never discouraged not one of them.
Not one of them did he ever speak up and say, "Don't do this, Barton. I'm not you. Thank God I'm not you." And I hope that answers the question, Mike. You're a good guy. I've known you for a long time now, in this community. But these people have done that's just crossed the line. It's beyond anything you can imagine, folks. Every day you're being threatened. Every day. I just wanted to come in today and do the show. That's all I wanted to do today. I put a lot of work into it.
There's a lot mentally that goes into what he does. When you talk to these different people who have had these different experiences, I don't think people really understand. If you want to do it correctly, and if you want to do justice to the people who are kind enough to share with you something that has happened to them that they feel like they can't share with anyone else, it's very important. It's a delicate balance. There's an art to it. These are human beings, and they're all different, and you have to communicate with them all in different ways. And when they come forward and they share their information, their story with you, you have a duty, you have an obligation to them to retell it and to be faithful to the truth, and to be sensitive to how it's made them feel. And it's different with every single person. And if you truly care, you will apply yourself mentally and emotionally to doing just that. And that's exactly what he does. And it takes so much mentally, and not a lot of people can do it. The storytelling is a lost art. But the thing is, he's not making up stories. These are things that happen to real people just like yourself. Many of you watching can right now can attest to the fact that he has shared your story, what has happened to you on PRT. But see, the human mind can only take so much. When you're constantly dealing with negativity being bombarded your way over and every day, all night, all evening, all morning, all the time, yeah, it's going to take away for the subject matter of the show. That is inevitable. He's not Superman. He's not a Man of Steel. He's just a man. He's an exceptional man, but he's still just a man. And everyone has their limits. You cannot be subjected to unending emotional, psychological, mental attacks and abuse and be expected to just be okay. It doesn't work like that. He's a human being too. He has feelings too, just like anyone else. The point is, this is another way in which it does you, the viewer, the supporter, a disservice. You are being deprived because of this vocal minority of hillbilly trailer trash insanity. That they're taking food from off your plate. They're taking time away from what you want to be listening to, from what you want to be learning. And it just cannot be overstated the damage that a small group of people can do to any community. So again, this is not as simple as just block and delete. You can't block and delete a cancer. It needs to be rooted out. Otherwise, it's never going to stop growing. They spread and spread and spread. And that's what they want to do. They're replicators that they go around whispering in people's ears to try and create more people like themselves.
See this right here? Look what Charles said. Read that right there. Look at that. That is what I'm talking about.
I won't come on PRT because the one time I did, they used it to attack PRT. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of times, people that would come and talk, they don't want to because so I got to do it. I mean,
and you know why they attacked him is because he has a different viewpoint.
It doesn't matter what the heck it is. You know, that's the fact. And. And like I said, I'm sorry that this has devolved into this. I want to quit. I really do. I want to quit. I don't just want to quit. I want to walk away. These people have made me want to leave life. The thing with Wendy Crooks, that hurt. That one hurt. I knew when she did that, I thought, Clough maybe put her up to it or something, but I don't know. I think she just mean person. Maybe that's why you got attacked by Vault in the first place, lady. I don't know your heart because all I heard was a woman crying on the phone and I tried to help you. And then you said, I don't want to take from you, and I said, look, I got plenty. I'll help you. You say that. That wasn't the truth. I don't have plenty, but I will give it to you. I help people all the time, and I don't say anything. I don't tell anybody anything. But there are people out there, people in this chat who I've helped, I've given to. And you don't have to come forward and say anything in my defense. You know it's true. I've done this for a lot of people. And I've gone without to help people because that's what you're supposed to do. But you know what? God always takes care of me. He always does. I always come out perfectly fine. God delivers me. Gold is at an all-time high, and I've been having to sell it piece by piece to get by recently. That's the truth. But thank God I invested well. I used the brain that God gave me, and I'm a workaholic. And I promise you, these people that are doing and saying the things they're doing, you wouldn't do it to my face. 100%. I was at the same conference as you were, and if you had something to say to me at that time, I thought we were all friends and I loved everybody. So, of course, I didn't say something negative to you. You keep talking about you were there and nobody said anything. Why would we say something? We didn't know you were a snake in the grass at that time. But if you were planning all of this shit, you should have freaking said something to my face, and you didn't do it. But now you talk from thousands of miles away. Y'all are not Billy badasses that you think you are. You're not. Trust me. These people are not tough individuals. They are not. I promise you. They are not physically imposing tough people. They're just evil, in my opinion. I'm a tough person, and I have taken so many slings and arrows for myself, for my family, for my friends, and for this community, and for everything, and for you to have the right to believe the way you do and not get attacked by an angry gang of morons because you speak out and say, hey, well, what about this? There was a guy on my show on Monday. I don't agree with everything he said, but I know what his views are, and I understand it. Yes, I get the logic, but I'm not on board because I believe in Christ. I believe he was a man and he died, and I believe he rose. That individual don't believe that, and that's his right. And Abe, a war veteran, went to war. He served our country so that people like him could say what they want to say. That's why you go and you serve. There's a lot of things people don't know about me, and I keep that close to my chest. Those are for me. Those are the memories that I have. One day you'll see it. We're all part of God's dream. And one day we'll go back to the source, or you'll be cast off. Just like when you sleep, your body cleanses itself. God does the same thing. And he's not going to take you back if you're black and dirty. And I'm going to tell you right now, the black heart of these people, they're black and dirty. And it is bad. It is horrible. And I don't care what your skin looks like. It's what your heart is. They've accused me of everything, vile thing they could think of. They have thrown every barb that they can throw. I don't know. They've tried to say I'm a murderer, that I'm the Lady Bird Lake killer.
Yeah. A Rainy Street Killer.
The Rainy Street Killer. Is that the same thing, isn't it? Right? I mean, or they're two different things?
I think they're two different things, probably.
Okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They've tried to say I'm a serial killer. They've tried to accuse me of being gay. Larry says I'm hanging out at the Iron Bear and smothering men. Like, dude, where does this shit come from? Where do you never set foot in that place? Didn't even really know about that place until they started talking about it. Because I don't go to gay bars. And if you do, that's your thing. You go and be gay. Go wear assless chaps for all I give a shit. I don't care. But I'm not. And unfortunately, I might have been a bit of a womanizer in my early years, in my early days. I did run around, and that's not right. You're not supposed to go and run around, like that and do, I admit I was wild. I drank. I did drugs. I partied. I lived. Yeah, I mean, I liked the ladies back in the day. I was, and it's not right. I'm not saying I'm a holy man. I've never said that. I've never said I was but I'm innocent of the things that these people are accusing me of. That's the point. I didn't do anything to these people. This is wrong what they're doing. This smear campaign, I don't even want to call it, it's beyond that. Why don't y'all just put an ad out on Facebook for someone to come and shoot me in the head? Because that's what you're trying to do. You got to just put an ad, just put it right there. And obviously the police aren't going to do shit to you, so you're just going to be able to do whatever you want, and I got to take you to court to get you to stop. Because they've done everything other than just place an ad saying, can you please kill this man? Then they turn around and say that I'm trying to get them killed. How am I trying? I'm not the one posting every day about you. You are. You're the one doing this. Barton, you said you were going to spank me with words. Where are you? Where are you? You beady-eyed little psychopath. Where are you? In my opinion, that's what you are. Where are you? Put the link on there so anybody, you want to jump on? You want to say something to me? Say something to me. Accuse me of all of your bullshit and I'll rebuttal it right now. Offer's still up for you too, buddy. I'll give you whatever amount of money you want. Get up here. Whatever I can spare, let's put it that way, which ain't a whole lot, but I'll give it to you. I'll show you my bank statement and I'll tell you, I'll give you whatever it is that you think you're owed. If you will bring your ass on here and you can explain to me why you think you're owed that. Do you really want to go there, Barton? Because I'm ready to go and show anybody, including a judge, how much money I gave you to help you over and over again. And the books you stole, what about that? Did you tell the people about that? I don't think we've even talked about that.
Mm-mm.
You stole it. $549, if I remember correctly, and you said that they were lost. Then all of these books started showing up on eBay. Was it and Amazon? Was it eBay and Amazon, or was it just eBay? Autographed by Barton Nunnally for sale. Did that not happen, Barton? Do you want to say that did not happen? You claim that those books were lost. Then I bought your books, another several $100s worth of books, so you could sell them at Jefferson, and you threw a big old temper tantrum, hissy fit because nobody bought your books at Jefferson. Is that my fault? Then you said you were going to tell all when I gave you a teary confession or whatever. Say what you got to say. Make fun of it. Make fun of my belief. I had a past life. You want to mock me about it? Go ahead. At least I'm in touch and I know who the hell I am. You don't know who you are or what you are, other than a fool. Lots of people came to me over the years and told me you were a fraud, a grifter, a crazy man, a lunatic, and now you're hanging out with Struford of that snake pit of a group he has. And now he's over there. Y'all are running around together after y'all were fighting all the time. Why? Because my wife got invited to that group and got attacked. Because the person that invited her didn't realize what that group was. And she shared her story. They're like, yeah. And then when she did, they jumped on her because that's their little trick. And Struford, you came to my page and you got your ass handed to you. And that'll happen to anybody who comes to my page. Because boy, I'm not the person to fuck with. Yeah, I cry. I'm a man. I got emotions. I got feelings. But don't fuck with me because you're going to learn the hard way. Bring your cowardly asses onto the show right now.
The link is right there. I know y'all see it.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Larry, Clough,
watching.
Dana. Let's go, Barton, Chris Geyer, the little gay British wizard. Bring your asses on. Or any other of you reprobates, or you, the man that came and apologized, and now after you threatened our lives, you were going to burn our corpses. You said you were going to hang us, and you were going to shoot me and Nellie in the head and cut off our heads and all this other crap. Yep. James Tipton. Bring it. Bring your shit up here. Come on, let's go. Let's do it right now. You've already ruined the show. Let's do it. What else do you got? Come on, Clough. Bring your fucking fat ass up here talking about you're not fat. Boy, you are if you're skinny, you're a skinny fat man because you look like a fat fuck to me.
Skinny fat's worse than fat.
You got no muscles. You can't do any of this right here. Look at that. You can't do any of that because you're a big fat pussy, in my opinion. In my opinion. Like I said, these are just my opinions. But you say things and you state them like they're a fact. This is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Bring it on. Not one of these people is going to come on here. Not one. Not one of them.
We know you're all watching.
We know you're watching, you pussy. Mike, you're the biggest pussy of all, in my opinion. Why don't you bring your ass on here, you deadbeat dad?
Why don't you tell us why Hunter never got his birthday money from you?
Why did Hunter not get his birthday money, folks? Let's find out. Why do you collect money from people, Mike, and not give the money to your son?
Why won't you
bring Hunter home, but it goes nowhere towards Hunter at all?
Why won't you take your psychosexual evaluation so you can see him?
If my son got taken, I'd be taking every evaluation you could possibly think of. Y'all make jokes. You got jokes. Bring them on. Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's do it. I'm a big fat guy, and no, I'm not. You call me that because that makes you feel better about yourself. But that's not the case. I could bench press a truck. Can you? Well, I guess, folks, I guess they're not going to show up.
What else is new? Not even free money will entice them to just talk to you. You're not even asking for a talk face to face. Just virtually talk on camera. That's it. You realize that if you click that link that we've posted about 15 times now for you to join the show, that, and I don't know if you understand this, if any of y'all get it, but like, it doesn't magically beam you, transport you to here in person. You're safe. I promise you. You're not going to be sucked into your computer screen and spit out right here sitting next to me. No, you're still going to be miles and miles away in the safety of your home. I promise you. We don't have any Star Trek beam me up Scotty technology on the show, at least not yet. Okay. But you're still going to be behind the safety of your keyboard. Okay. You're not going to be teleported here. You're still going to sit there and just sit there in your roach infested, dilapidated dwellings. And you can tell the whole world why he's a piece of crap, and you can take him down a notch. Now is your chance. You must vanquish him. You must vanquish him. Vanquish your enemy. You must vanquish Josh Turner for the whole world to see. You owe it to Yaldabaoth and whatever it is that you worship.
It was not our God.
To vanquish this man for everyone to see. Now's your chance. You spank him with words, Barton, like you said you're going to do. You said, boy, I'm going to spank you with words, boy. Well, bring them words and spank them real good. Come on, spank them. That's what you said. I don't see you. I'm looking for you in the chat. I don't see you. I don't see any of you. And again, you're still going to be behind the safety of your keyboard. Barton, you can, if it makes you feel any better, if you click the link to join the show, you can hold your swords.
Yeah, everybody in the chat, tell us what you think. Why are they not? Why do these people who harass us nonstop? Why are they not jumping on? Tell us what you think. Give us your opinion. And while we're at it, why don't we do a giveaway? So for the kind folks that are here, just bebopping around.
Yeah, it's nice.
And did we not give $1,000 away for Halloween?
Yes, we did.
Every penny. And they lied and said we gave away 200. That's it. Y'all are you have to lie like your father, Satan. You have to lie. I'm convinced at least two of you are completely satanic. I know which ones too. And I know a third one maybe is doing it, don't realize that they are channeling evil, maybe. And another one still, there's at least two of them also are 100% confirmed witches. They cast spells. They've admitted this. One of them says, well, I don't do it anymore. No, you do. Actually, there's three, two women and a guy who say that they used to, they don't do it anymore. And one says that he does it still, but he wouldn't waste his time doing it. Yeah, you do. You're obsessed with me. And you jumped so easy over there to say the things you had to say about me, because the devil needs you to do his dirty work. And the ones at the top have these other puppets that they're using to do the dirty work. I don't make memes of you. I don't make jokey whatever shit about you. I don't give a damn about that. That's not me. I don't do character assassination. I'm a man. And if I could face you face to face, I would. But you're cowards because you can't even come on here and talk. But you'll go to the comment section and run your mouth because you're cowards. 100%, in my opinion, you're all cowards. Barton Come and say what you have to say. You've been screaming it at the top of your lungs. Say it right now. Come and say it. I'll give you $500. That's all I can spare right now, but I'll give it to you because I know you need it because you won't work. Bring your ass on here and say what you got to say. No screaming, no yelling, no cussing. Just state your facts, and I'll state mine. All of you, the offer is open. Bring your ass on here. I know you need the money, and it'll hurt me to have to pay you that. I'm hurting big time financially, and I don't care. I'll still do it. Bring it on.
We eagerly await your arrival. We would be honored if you would join us.
Scott says, is my post blog? No, it's not a blog. No, that's what I thought.
You're probably trying to leave comments right now. No one's going to see your comments. But but you're not blocked from clicking the link. You can click the link and everyone's going to see you. Everyone's going to hear you spank this man with words as you've been telling your own people that you're going to do. But, eventually they're going to expect you to deliver on that. And they're all waiting. They're watching too. And they're waiting for their hero, for the leader of the Avengers, for Captain America, Barton Nunley, to come and vanquish Thanos. I mean, you live in a comic book world, right? I mean, surely you understand that.
Yeah, that's what Joe Doyle.
Yeah,
he said. He lives in a comic book world where you're Thanos and they're the Avengers.
Yeah,
that's what you do. I can't even take credit for that one, but it was hilarious. Yeah, you told me all kinds of horrible things about those people, didn't you? You talked about everybody in this community, Barton, because you were an angry little man who didn't like anybody. Even your own friends. That's why you turn on them so easy. You say that I don't have friends, just future enemies. I say that you do. I say you do. I say that you don't have friends. You have future enemies. That's what I say about you.
it's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing you take Wolf down a notch, put him in his place. I think we all were. We were all looking forward to that, weren't we? But especially your own people, they were really, really looking forward to it. But you're letting them down.
An example of a friend that I've had was somebody that I was talking to yesterday in my house. He's an electrician. He came by to see me, to help me with something at the house. Me and my wife sat there and talked to him. Here we got somebody here. Who's this?
Good.
Known the guy since I was 10 years old. Still friends. I'm playing the long game to attack him, I guess. Who are you?
Hello. Hi. How are you?
How's it going?
I've been listening to you for a while. I want to ask you a question, Mr. Johnson. What do you think the overall plan was of Christ? The overall everything.
What is this?
The overall plan of Christ. What do you think the overall agenda and the prosperity and the overall everything included? You tell me.
Okay, what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Oh, sorry. What were you discussing?
Well, I mean, it's an admirable question, and I'm not. I'd love to sit here and discuss theology with you. We were doing that on Monday, but tonight I put the offer there to these people that are attacking us to come on and say something.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I don't think you're one of those people.
I'm just trying to study Christ's nature, what's going on, the people, the genetics you're talking about. I do see the genetic part. A lot of people you talk about, these people do have the genetics. They will act up, be violent, cause trouble, cause chaos, cause nonsense, discrepancies. I see it in the state troopers, the police. I mean, they're everywhere. God damn, you just can't escape.
Well, there was a state trooper at the A&M South Carolina game.
Yeah, I saw that.
He pushed those players because A&M was losing, and of course, one of my cousins defends
They're
that.
everywhere.
He's a Aggie, but It's very tribalistic, and people will defend their
Yeah,
team.
yeah, tribal. You're right. They act so tribal, bro. And
Mhm.
when you confront them, you tell them you're a bunch of goddamn tribes. They get defensive. Like, how the hell do you escape these people? They're everywhere, bro. They goddamn
Hey,
state
don't say
police.
G.
Yeah, let's try
Do
to.
me a favor.
Sorry,
Don't
sorry,
say that. Don't
sorry,
say that.
sorry, sorry. But they have taken their territories from state, county, federal. They're everywhere.
Yeah. You
I
sound
mean, you
like you're
just can't escape.
Nepalese. Are you from Nepal? Where you from?
My parents were from, but I was born in U.S.
Dang, nailed
Yeah, I
it.
nailed it. I nailed it. Because your accent, I can tell you have a Nepalese. Because
Oh
yeah,
wow!
yeah, the guy that
So
owns the
what?
property out
Can
there where I.
you
Oh, good.
can you is a challenge.
Oh, here we go.
Can you pinpoint what area or like specifically if there's a certain type of Nepalese he may be or his parents may be?
I would
I have
probably say,
no idea.
yeah, if I had to say based on his accent,
Yeah, I mean that's all we have to go on.
probably south of Kathmandu. I mean,
I
that
mean,
would
I
be.
like the food. I know nothing about the culture. My parents brought me here. They gave me birth. Blah blah blah. That's about it. Put me in the matrix of this nonsense, which is this. What do you call this place? This nonsense. This matrix that we're stuck in.
Material world,
Yes, yes, the
material
tech world,
illusion.
and my aunties and uncles bragging about their engineer, doctor, lawyer. First of all, these are all the extraterrestrials, all their nonsense trapping these humans in their money and their jobs and facilities, talking crap to my face. Okay, I bet you. You know what? Never mind. Truth will come in front of them.
Mhm.
Okay. I
If
did them
anybody's wants
NIH
to,
and all that.
this is where
Right.
I'll
Sorry.
show you. That's Nepal right there. If you look at the map, you can see if I can go a little further in Nepal. It's a little bitty country.
To the
Yeah,
direct northeast of India, right?
northeast of India. Yeah, and Kathmandu is the capital, and right around that area would be where there's the largest center of the population of Kathmandu.
I have no idea. Never been to that country. All I know is I like food,
It
Nepal,
is, yeah,
Indian, you know.
it's good food, yeah, and it's an interesting place. What's a lot of hippy dippy people went there back in the '60s and '70s. The
Ah,
interesting thing to me is it was a center for Buddhism at one time, and then it started getting
uh,
enclaves of Islam, and they were
uh-huh.
violent, and they killed a lot of the Buddhists. But
Yeah, violent.
yeah,
You know,
well,
I see a lot of these American police and troopers. I'm not racist. It's fine. Why is it the fact that there was a wicked generation, a consuming generation, which is alcohol, drugs, and fun, fun, fun. Then the
mhm.
lost generation, which is in my terms, because I am, and obviously you're way more older than me. I can pretty much you can be my uncle and all that. So do you think that's what's going on? It's a generational thing?
I don't know. I mean,
Because it's said
I
three
mean,
generations before. Something is going on. I think Christ knew this last generation is completely ruined or lost, or these people are going to bring back the entire generation. Something is going on. You put two and two together.
if there, in my opinion, like just trying to follow what you're saying, if there's a generation in our time that can be called like the consuming generation, it would
Uh-huh.
with with respect to everyone here, in my opinion, it would be the baby boomer generation.
Oh,
Like
because see, I
that
see
time.
you and Anthony. Because you guys look like my cousin, and he's a really nice. Yeah, because he's
Yeah, I
Indian
get
and
that
he's
sometimes.
doing he's doing residency in Chicago by O Block. I don't know why, just so funny. But he's by O Block doing residency. Kind of stuck there, doesn't have much money, but it's okay. He's
Mhm.
doing good. So I think your generation are the last because of your kind and soulful natures in nature. Because I don't think you guys will do things that these you know what I mean? The colonialistic did violence and this and that, cutting,
Mhm.
beating up. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it just shows on your faces. But
But you said that
uh,
there's a lost generation too, right?
I think we are in the lost generation now. People
Yeah.
are finding themselves now. I've
I
been
think that
noticing on the web.
that
Yeah,
would
go ahead.
probably
Sorry.
be the Gen X generation, because
Ah,
and a lot of the Gen Xers here can tell you that they were latchkey kids, which is, if you're not familiar with it, it's an American term that means that your parents just worked both both of your parents were just constantly
yeah.
working, and they were never
Interesting.
home. And because of that, like they kind of were left to fend for themselves, like Lord of the Flies. And in my opinion,
Yeah.
like they felt really lost, and you see this reflected in like the 90s grunge music, like that era. That's the Gen X, that came from them, and
I
the
believe these are
express
just
of
labels.
like I'm
I'll
lost.
say 1985 to 2025 is the lost generation that's finding themselves slowly. Okay, fine. Some people are consumed, some people are Nephilim genetics, whatever, dude. Forget about them.
What is the? Let me ask you a question though. What is your
Uh-huh.
name? What's your real name?
My name is Moses.
Moses. Oh,
Mhm.
that's interesting. So you're not Islamic.
No, hell, my parents keep saying, first of all, let's get to the point. All this bullcrap about religion, these goddamn demons got them into. I'm
Let's
sorry for
yeah.
cursing.
Let's not do this.
I'm
Deep.
sorry.
How about
You
that?
know very well, Mr. Josh, these gods and demons got them trapped, these humans. It's just self-explanatory. All right, there is no ifs and buts, yes or no about it. Let them yap all they want to in their mouth, in their bodies. When truth comes, they got nowhere to go. They're trapped. Once they're gone, they're gone. You think Christ is gonna go back? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna save them. Yeah, right, bro.
So, what made you come on the show tonight after what I was talking about?
Um, I've been listening to you for a while. Okay. My question is, I never knew these things you're talking about in a form of flush and causing chaos in communities and counties and neighborhoods. All now, people are telling me, be careful. There is increased violence in the area, very little bit too extra from enforcements of the law, so called. And not only that, I don't know if you agree with this enforcement of the law. Texas might work differently. I'm in the DC area. It's completely like colonialistic nonsense. Colonial names, colonial cities. It never ends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure you know Maryland a lot, way more than we DC area. You've been there plenty of
Is that
times.
you that called from Maryland?
Yeah, I forgot to tell you. Actually, I live right in the middle of the DMV area.
Mm.
Oh, I don't know. I live right in the middle, pretty much on the what do you call that thing? U.S. federal agencies, which is NASA and what do you call it? USDA. You know the main campuses and all that. And oh yeah, DC is like right there, 20 minutes from
So I
my.
guess I got a call from Maryland earlier.
Oh really? What did he say?
Yeah, I didn't say anything. I didn't answer it.
Oh, oh really? Yeah, but I know you would know America way more. You know, DC is a central hub for global everything, every single thing.
Yeah. Well, it was good talking to you, man. Thanks for coming on. We're talking about some other things here, but
All
I
right, it
appreciate
was
you
good
stopping by.
talking to you. It's fun.
Yeah,
Should I keep listening to you, or what should I do?
that's up to you.
Okay, I'll just listen to you. I'll log. I'll let others talk. Thank you.
All right. I'll see you. All right.
It's it's impressive, but like, I mean, for someone who like for knows you like I do for as long as I have, like, it's just kind of par for the course. So like you immediately knew, hey, you from Nepal, just from his accent. Like that's another thing too. Like I want to add this, like, who can do that? Like how many people do you know can just
That was a weird phone
know
call.
people's cultures like that? Most of the time, you can just look at someone and tell you he's from this place, and then this is probably what he believes in his religion, and these are some some things that he'll believe that he whatever. Like he can tell you a lot of stuff about people's cultures, but like in this case, you don't even have to see the guy; you just hear him.
Yeah, it's an accent.
Yeah.
What's the thing is, you know, a lot of times I'll talk to people from, you know, and they'll be like, well, my parents are from here and what's it called, you know, but I'll know more about their culture than they do,
Yeah.
you know. It's just one of those things that's why I wanted to do the show, because, you know, I had the knowledge.
Yeah.
And I don't believe you should. Well, what are you going to do with all that knowledge? You know?
Yeah. You can't
My Thea Hova.
keep it in.
Thea Hova used to say, that was my aunt Hova. She would be like, you have all this in the way she talked. You have all this in your head. What are you going to do with it? Are you going to take it with you when you die? And I was like, no. And she's like, do something with it. I do think it was an odd phone call, you know, or why, you know, I don't understand what this guy, I know there is a guy that's friends with Barton. I don't know if that's him. And I don't know where that guy is from exactly, but I know he had a guy that was helping him, buying him all kinds of stuff. You know, he used to be a listener of our show and used to, you know, and Larry targeted him and they took him over to Barton or whatever. I don't know that that's him. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he had an Indian name. You remember that guy?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, his name was Cash or something. I don't remember his
It's Jitesh.
Jitesh.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Jitesh Patel.
Jitesh Patel was his name?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, and that Jitesh, there you go. And he was but you know, you can't tell by his name because a lot of the names are, but until they speak, then you can tell. But that could have been, you know, I don't know. I mean, you know, they're going to try and get somebody to do something. But God bless you. You came on the show and you said something nonsensical and a bunch of G dams, you know, but whatever. If that's, you know, the case there, you know, good try there, Barton. But why don't you come yourself instead of sending one of your subordinates? You know, you need to come on and talk to me yourself. Why send one of your agents? You know? Look at this, guys. Crickets. And he's going to rant and rave and go, oh, would never go on PRT. Of course, you're not going to come on PRT because the truth will be told and you'll have to listen to it.
Just ducking and dodging.
Ducking and, yeah, juking and diving here.
Which
dude.
sets a bad example for the rest of your Avengers. They're following you, Captain America.
So what, folks, I hate to do this because we got 333 people here and I would love for, kukris. Do people know what kukris are?
I don't actually. I was going to ask that.
Yeah, those are swords. They're these blades and they're curved. Yeah.
It's like a scimitar?
No.
Okay.
No. Scimitar is like this. The kukri is like that. Look it up on your phone. Look up kukri.
Wait, was that the same sword that Alexander had?
No. His would have been a Greek, like there's another name for it on his, but it's similar, but not the same. I have one. The kukris are nice. I have a Chris sword too. When I actually had down, it broke when we moved.
Oh yeah, it's
It's
different.
a Filipino sword.
Oh yeah, you do have one of those.
Gurkhas. You see it?
Yeah, it's got that
Did you
forward
bring it
bend
up? Let
to
me
it.
see it.
Yeah.
I'll show you what it is. There it is, right there. You see? Yeah, I have one of those. It looks almost identical to that. So if I stop the chat, I didn't, you know, and I'm sorry, Anthony, you kind of threw me off when you started talking about this.
Yeah.
I know it needed to be said and it needed to be done. Wasn't planning to talk about it. These people, it's just shit. I really wanted to talk about, I had it all ready to go here. So I guess we could stop this live stream and start it over.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have it connected to this crap that just happened. I'll leave this one up, and we could just, I don't know what you want to call it, but
we'll just call it something else. Change the name of it, and then the next live stream,
addressing the attacks.
Yeah,
because folks, go look at my Facebook. It's a public thing. I don't have it. It's not public, but it's what do you call it?
The posts on it. Anyone can see them.
Anybody could see them. Because I want people to see what these people are doing, and they are threatening me. And some of them are threatening to do bodily harm and death to me, burn my house down, do all kinds of horrible things, and this is, and these cowards, as you can see, I know they're watching. They always do. They watch. I don't watch them, but they watch me religiously because I am their religion. I have become their God, which is a horrible blasphemy. They have committed blasphemy against God by turning me into an idol. When you focus and fixate on anything above the Lord God, it is idolatry. And that is exactly what these people are participating in. But that is the least of their sins, in my opinion. And in my opinion, I think it's going to get worse. Because they have a problem. They don't like knowledge. That is something that just, they're like these bugs, and they just run at it and they try to destroy it. And Mike is like heat-seeking missile to try to take out other channels.
Yep.
And he manages to get this guy, this idiot from Kentucky, to do all his dirty work for him. He's his boss.
Yeah.
He is literally his boss. You have made him and his high priest Larry your bosses. That's what you've done, Mr. Nunley.
And also let it be known that this is now the second time that Barton, Mike, all of you crazy people, any one of you have been offered $500. $500, guys. We'll offer them $500 just to click on that link that's right there in the chat that they see that they're watching right now. All they gotta do is click on it. $500 and get on here and just talk. And nobody showed up. So you tell me who's afraid, who's a coward.
Because one day Geyer came in and then he jumped back out.
Oh, yeah.
There's been a few times.
Yeah, I remember seeing that melty face.
He came on there with his Leatherface impression.
Mm-hmm.
And he always says, "Oh, I'm not British. No, I'm talking about Harry Potter, dummy. When I call you the British wizard, that's what I mean, because you're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry, right? Isn't that what you are? Putting spells on people." Yeah. So yeah, let's if you guys would agree, if y'all agree to come back and we're going to end this stream and jump back on, I will do the show that we had planned. But if I can't get everybody back, then there's no point. And then we can get started with what needs to be talked about, not this bullshit. But folks, you got to understand something. Even Barton himself, he says he could have been the greatest storyteller of our time, but he chose to be a piece of shit, a grifter, and fraud, blah, blah, blah. Say what you want to say. You know that's not true. I'm not the greatest storyteller of any generation or whatever. I'm just a man who has a good memory. And I can tell you this. I am not those other things you said about me. When people have accused me of certain things, if it is true, I will cop to it because I want to be honest with everybody. But I'm not going to sit up here and let you lie and then try to tell me that I'm supposed to admit to things that are lies. Y'all are literally asking me to lie to you. You want me to lie to the audience. You want me to lie to everybody and say that I started this. And everybody knows, if you have half a brain and you've been paying attention, you will know that I did not start this. Bettina and Abe and Joe Doyle have all said this many times. They told you how it started. Jerry and Ella Williams, they came on the show, all of them came on the show, and we talked about how this started. Mike used Jessica as a battering ram, and he tricked us by masquerading and then trolling her and pretending like, so he got me and Cryptid Hunters to fight. To this day, she won't talk to me, and I don't care. Don't talk to me. Put your head in the sand and pretend like you know. But if she would talk to me, I would explain to her, he tricked us. Now, when it happened between me and the Hellbent Holler, me and Joe Doyle got on the phone, and he ripped my ass. He did. He absolutely did. And guess what? I didn't start screaming and yelling and going, "Fuck you, Joe," blah, blah, blah. I took it like a man because he was in his right to say that I was wrong in what I said. And he said, how stupid are you to believe that this Mike guy over here who's lying? My hat's off to Joe because I said something negative about his Jesse, because Mike told me on the phone with Kirk Reed. Kirk Reed didn't say a word. It was Mike. After that, later on, Kirk Reed said, I didn't know whether he was being truthful or not. At the time, I believed his lies, and now I know. You know? Oh, look at this. Yeah, it's a little wizard himself here, isn't it?
At least one of y'all showed
At
up.
least one year. At least he's got the balls. Let's do it. Go ahead. Say what you got to say. Let's go. Let's go, Geyer.
I just
Don't get nude, dude. All right. Just say what you got to say, sir.
I don't have to get nude. I'm already undressed.
I know.
I
That's what
just
I'm
came
saying.
here
Don't
for
do
the
something
money.
disgusting. Okay.
I just came here for the money. You said I didn't have the guts.
Say what you got to say, Chris. Say what you got to say. Let's talk. You've said a lot of horrible, bad things, Chris, but I'm going to tell you this. I love you. I don't have a problem with you. I don't hate you. You said some things. Say what you got to say. You're not my enemy, Chris.
What do you want me to respond to?
Anything you want to talk about. Tell me why you hate me so bad and why you curse me every day.
Well, first, you don't take up that much of my attention.
Could have
I'm
fooled
not,
us.
I'm not
Hold on,
obsessed
let him
with
talk.
you. The one thing that you did that bothers me the most
Say it.
is you laid out and like a unilateral indictment that when you got rid of Clough, everybody was supposed to follow suit and nobody was to have anything to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, nobody picks my friends for me. The man had never been anything but decent to me. And I wasn't going to just toss him aside because of that.
Okay. So I told you, you're saying this, and I told you that you could not be friends with this guy.
No, you said that on your show.
Okay.
You told your audience in general to unfriend, unfollow Clough.
Okay. Now, do you have anything else? Because I'm going to say something now here. Or are you still talking?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Chris. All right. And by the way, I got to say this. You're a real man for showing up. The fact that you showed up here and you're willing to talk, you're more of a man than any of those other people.
Puts you ahead above the rest.
That puts you way above them. And I personally never had a problem with you, but I'm going to tell you this, Chris. The nonstop attacks, do you think that is, before I address the thing about Clough, do you think that is warranted right now after everything that has been said and done about me? Do you think that that's okay? Do you approve of that?
Nonstop attacks. It's only gotten to that point recently.
Chris, let's be honest.
That's not true, Chris.
Go back and look at and you're not always involved. That's why I don't mention you very often, but I do address it. And it is almost every day with that group. Every day somebody is saying something. Do you condone the threats that have been made? And they're right there on my Facebook page. People wanting to kill me, burn my house down. Do you condone that?
I haven't seen your Facebook page. I'm blocked.
Well, go look at it. You can probably make another do what Mike does and make a fake account and go look at it.
Oh, I don't have that kind of time, and I'm not that interested.
Well, you're interested enough to be here. And Chris, you don't have to be friends or not friends with whoever. My whole thing with Clough was the things that he was doing and saying were not true. And he was lying, and he tried to set me and Maddie up to fight. That is the truth, Chris. And so I had nothing to do with people because there were people coming at me, a lot of people, Bat Mom, Audra Brady, Wendy Crooks, all these people that he had white knighted for that I asked him to help. That he was, He wanted to help people instead of attacking and character assassinating. I said, why don't you help these people that have been attacked by those people? Because Vault had attacked Wendy. And I told him, and then he takes credit for it and says, oh, I helped all these people. I did all this and that bullshit. And he never would have helped any of those people, Chris, if I hadn't said, why don't you help people instead of attacking those people? He wanted to character assassinate these people. It does. I didn't like those people, but I'm not into that shit he was doing. Like, let's just break these people down into pieces. That's not correct. And so he went and helped those people, and then he endeared himself to those people. And when he pulled what he did, Chris, those women came after me and said the most horrible things about me. And I'm sitting there going, like, I defended them against Vault and DW and all these other people that were doing all these bad things. And what does he do? He takes, not only does he take credit for it, he turns them on us, against us. I had to say, anybody that has anything to do with this guy, you got to get away from me. I can't have access to you because this guy was on the warpath. Chris, what he did, and he's welcome to come up here and try to defend himself for what he did to us. He lied to me, Chris, to try to get me to fight with Maddie, and it worked. He tricked me. He did the same thing that Mike did when I went after Hellbent Holler. And you know what? I'm a man enough to admit that me and Maddie got into it, and I said, hey, I'm wrong. I did wrong. And I said I was sorry. And I told Joe Doyle, he was ripping my ass. I said, Joe, you have every right. But these people get you so turned around. They say the worst, most horrible things. And then when they lie to you, you think, well, surely this person's not going to lie, bald-faced lie like this. You know, like you think that they're telling the truth. Because Mike is very good at talking and telling people things. So is Larry. And like I said, you're here. You're a man. You came on the show to say what you had to say. You may not like me at all, and that's fine, Chris. You're not my enemy. I don't hate you. I don't even hate them. I just want it to end. That's it. That is the absolute truth. What happened between me and you made a meme about me and you posted it, and I saw it in Paranormal Roundtable, and that's when I said, to hell with this. I'm tired of these people that are friends with these people attacking me. And then you said you were just making a joke or whatever, and maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, Chris. But these people attack me nonstop. And what they're saying is not true. I tried to help Wendy Crooks because she cried and said she needed help. What did I do wrong?
I can't speak on that. I never knew Wendy was in financial trouble. See, she and I are close friends, as close as can be from separated by the ocean. I was part of Vault's little cleaning house deal too. I was the reason things started to fall apart. Yes, I was. I'm just that pretty. The girls left the show or got pulled into things after I was tossed. And I've never known, all the times that Wendy and I had talked, I never knew she was in any kind of financial trouble. So I can't speak on that.
Well, that's what she said. And she said that she didn't know how she was going to get by and all this other stuff. And Chris, I thought I was doing the right thing because I try to approach everything. I'm not perfect. Anybody can look and see that I'm a flawed man. There's no perfect person. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. But I try to do what's right. But I'm not going to take people's shit.
The way I understand it, Wendy's problem with the financial offer came from the fact that you said, or in her words, you had told her that you had plenty of money and you didn't, or you wouldn't be taking away from the donations that were coming in for the boots on the ground gear that you were collecting for. She seemed to think that there was a conflict of interest there.
Well, I'm gonna address this, Chris, and I'm gonna tell you this. The way I told her was, I'm fine. There's plenty. I'll help you. Okay. truth be told, we were having to take money away from what we were trying to do, which was get equipment and gear. And then my wife's art supplies. And my wife has a heart of gold and she's willing to help anybody, but she will defend me to the ends of the earth. And I'm telling you, as soon as you're sitting here, shirtless as you are, okay, my wife has a tumor. That is not a joke. And she's already been to 3 doctors. One of them's a specialist. And, you know, we're hoping for good news. She has another thing tomorrow. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, I wish that you guys would please just leave us alone. And I won't say another word about you if they would just stop. But I understand something too. You can only control you, okay? You can't control what those other people do. But you can make a decision to do the right thing. And you yourself, Chris, can be cordial. At least you don't have to like me. Hell, you don't have to, you could still hate me. But we don't have to fight. And we don't have to see your comments on there saying nasty, mean things about us. Just leave it alone. Why can't you just leave us alone? What does that hurt?
Again, like I said earlier, you're the one that started, you're the one that drug me into this. Yes.
How did I drag you into this, Chris? You joined them.
No, I was already there. I didn't join anything. When I didn't separate with Clough, you just automatically included me with your list of you're out of the club.
No. When me and you had the falling out, it was when you made the meme about me and tried to stick it on PRT.
Which one?
Exactly. See, Chris, that's my point. You were already attacking me. It didn't have anything to do with my edict about anybody involved with Clough or whatever that I don't want to deal with. It was the meme, the things that you were doing and saying. And obviously you said you drugged the women in against me. You just said that. So you did that. It wasn't Clough?
I did not drag a single person in on this. I never contacted anyone to come in against you.
Okay, so then I'm confused. And I thought you had just said that you were the one that got the women involved after the falling out or whatever. So that was Clough, right?
They came in on their own, as far as I know.
Yeah,
I didn't bring
after I
them
defended him over and over again against some pretty rough people. Yeah,
Against people who terrified them.
Yeah. According to Audra, she was terrified of these people. And Clough wants to pretend like he's the white knight that did all this great stuff. Who do you think turned him away from that crap he was trying to do, which was just character assassinate and all this other shit? I didn't coordinate that. I never told him that. And how many times did I say that I didn't approve of it? I don't approve of that over and over again. But he wouldn't stop with that shit. And I wish he was man enough to come up here like you were and bring his ass up here and say what he has to say. Because he's got a lot to answer for. He went to several people to try to get me to call him. And when I did, it was just to talk about Maddie and how she's going to do all these things and destroy my business. And I shouldn't have him around. And, oh, by the way, did you know that her and Anthony had sex? I didn't know and I didn't care. But the way that the picture that he painted at any time, Chris, he could have said, Maddie's grandmother's dying in the hospital and she's not doing good. Maddie's not doing well mentally. No. He lit the fuse, and my hothead went over there and said some things to Maddie because of what he told me, Chris.
So what he wanted.
Is that not a setup? Do you not think that that's something that was wrong, or do you believe his bullshit story about how it went down? And if it was between 2 consenting adults, Chris, then why did he plaster it all over the internet and make videos about it?
You see, this is a situation that I can't offer an opinion on. Because I don't know on a personal level what happened. I know what you say happened. I know what Clough says happened. I've heard what Anthony says happened. I don't know. I can't offer a public opinion because I have no personal insight.
I get it.
Look, Chris, even if you're totally convinced that you were initially justified in coming out against Wolf, against PRT, whatever. Let's just say that your mind is just set on that, right? From that point on, do you think that all of the stuff that any one of these people have done and said against us has been morally correct or necessary? Like, for one, do you think Clough making what 3-4 hours worth of video that he then posted on his channel and then got Batmom to post on her channel about me and Maddie's private lives, slandering, just completely slandering, telling lies about us, trying to make me out to be a womanizer and Maddie out to be a whore, sharing private conversations between himself and Maddie and putting all of our business out there. And then he has the nerve to say that what Maddie and Anthony did should have stayed between two adults while he's plastering it all over the internet. Do you think that is morally justified? Do you think that that's okay? And please don't say that you can't offer an opinion on it, because you have seen a lot of stuff these people have done and said firsthand.
I can't.
What justifies that? Huh?
No, I don't think it was okay. But I have also been told that Maddie was the first one to go spreading that news around.
Spreading what news around?
That the two of you had been together.
She had told Clough at the time, who she thought was her good friend, and he used that information against her. The moment it suited his purposes, he
made it sound like
and weaponized it against her.
Yeah, and he made it sound like, Chris. And before I go any further, hold on, folks. I don't want to hear another negative. Guys, we're here at PRT. We're not. Don't say anything else negative about this guy. I get it. He's here. The fact that he got on here, he's the only one brave enough or has the balls to do it. Okay, so let's just give him props for that. But look,
I don't care what they have to say.
I just don't want anything. No more negativity, because you're here. Okay, now here, listen, Chris, and I do appreciate it that you're here. Okay, at least you've reached across the aisle to speak with me. For whatever your motivation is, you're here. Okay. I will say this. The thing about him and Maddie was like, when it was brought to my attention by Clough, I didn't get mad about the act of, like, Anthony has girlfriend, whatever. What him and Tony and Scorpion, my brother, I don't care about any of their sex lives. And in fact, my other nephew, who's always, he's got a different girlfriend every week, and I don't care to hear about it. And I'm just like, well, whatever, just be careful, do whatever it is. My other nephew recently got a girl pregnant and he's telling us about it. And I was just like, that's, he's going to have to deal with that. That is, that's something, because, and it's not just some girl, it's his girlfriend, but he panicked. And I said, well, I don't ask them their questions about their sex lives. It's none of my business, but it was none of Mr. Fisher's business either. And he called Anthony and lectured him for an hour. This was prior to Clough pulling what he did. So there was a coordinated thing there, Chris. I mean, any fool can look and see. Why did he do that? Why did he feel the need to try to tell him about premarital sex and all this other stuff, and and how it was bad for my household and all this?
No, I have no idea.
I mean, that's not his business. That was none of his business. These people have this puritanical, whatever the hell they are that they're doing. They act like they're without sin. And then when Clough told me, oh, this could be so bad for your business, and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to do his voice because that's just insulting. I'm trying to be fair here. But the things he was saying to me, he was bringing up all these points, and he made it sound like Maddie was just there to destroy. She's like the devil, there to kill, steal, and destroy. I'm the hothead that went after her after that and said, what the heck are you up to? And why did you, and the thing that got me with Maddie was, why did you tell Clough and to keep it a secret or whatever, that Clough was saying? And so we got into it. So naturally, she gets upset and she goes and she confides, where she confronts Clough first, and then Clough twists it around and says, "Oh, I said that, but it wasn't in that way. Like it was, no, you said what you said." And then me and Clough came back to the table, and Anthony and Maddie was on the phone, and Anthony, you were there, and so was Tony. And in one conversation, Bettina was there. There was a couple of them. And we talked, and I said, "Clough, why did you word it the way you did? Why did you go about it the way you did?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have done it this or that way, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, yeah, but it was shady. It was shady as hell. Why would you do that? And then he told Maddie, he said, "Let's take him down. Let's take down a giant." That's what he said.
Yep.
First of all, I'm not a giant. And Clough admitted that to me. He said on the phone, I was upset. I was like, "Why were you upset? Why were you mad? What was he mad about?" But when Barton was on the phone with him, when him and Larry got on the phone with Clough, this is the truth. And I know Maddie, I only can take her word for it, but I know this is the truth. They all started trashing me and talking about how they were going to deal with me and do all these things. It had already been set in motion, Chris, in my opinion. And I know that Mr. Fisher at that time, I can't prove it, but I believe he was already working with Mike. And there was a phone call with him where he tried to get me to when Roger was attacking Barton, telling you and me, he was telling us that we should make peace. Like, why would I make peace with the person that's attacking my friends,
Sure.
Barton and Helbin Holler? What was he up to? Like, are these people not see what this dude was doing? What is he, some kind of shill or what? I mean, I don't know what he's doing.
And no concept of loyalty.
But it makes no sense at all to do the things that they were doing, Chris. And I'm like, this is bullshit. Something was wrong with these people. And this puritanical fake Christian shit that they do, they're not Christians. I don't care what that is. There's no hate like there's no love. What is it? Like Christian love. There's no hate like Christian love. I'm a Christian that follows Christ correctly, or at least tries to. But these people with the fake Christian thing, there is no hate like Christian love. I'm telling you, because when you're fake, whether it's Muslim or Christian or whatever religion you is, and you're hiding behind that, that is one of the worst things you can be. And that's what these people do. And in my opinion, you are out in the open with what you are and what you do. These people are hiding, and that makes them worse than you. I can tell you that 100%. I can forgive you 100 times easier than I could forgive them, because they pretend like they're good, pious, holy people, and they're doing the most wicked things. You're just out in the open. I mean, you just lay it out there.
And that's
I
the
can at least
reason why.
respect it a little bit.
That's the reason why I have no interest in the whole Maddie Anthony situation, because I'm not interested in either one of them.
Well, that's good to know.
Ain't nobody on that show flipping my switches.
Well, that's also good to know. But here's the thing, Chris. How do you say you don't really have an opinion about this? And I know that you have picked a side, and that is your team, your side, whatever. At one time, you were a paratrooper. You were one of us, right? You liked the show.
Absolutely.
We were friends. Yeah,
I loved you.
absolutely.
I loved your show. And then all of a sudden it started creeping into the religious aspect of things. And I'm just not interested.
And that's your right. That's your opinion. You're entitled to that. But I can say this. Do you think what these people are doing and saying on a daily basis is correct?
I'd honestly have to give that some thought. Everything? No. There are things that I've seen posted that I think are have gone too far. There's a few things that I'm sure I wasn't sure were correct. Other things I've seen, I understand the reason why they're going off. People are going off the way they are.
Well, Chris, to put it in perspective, here's just a short list off the top of my head of some of the things of which they have accused us, and you can tell me how much of this is justified. That they have accused us of child sacrifice. They have accused us of
I never saw
kidnapping a child.
Hold on. What
Okay.
was that, Chris?
I never saw. I haven't seen anything about accusing you of child sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay. Let me explain that one. Let me explain it. I showed it on the show. I literally held the phone up and showed it. Larry Fisher made a post saying that if the FBI would come and take me down before Halloween, that it would save someone's child from being sacrificed. He said that on Barton Nunley's page. Barton Nunley and Larry Fisher have said and done some horrible things, and they have alluded to all kinds of nonsense. They also accused me of being, well, Larry in particular with Dana, accused me of being the Lady Bird Lake killer. And Larry, in that same, I believe it was the same thread, also said that I was smothering men at the Iron Bear. Now, Chris, you're a homosexual man, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you're a homosexual man. I'm not judging you. But do you see in me that I would be hanging out at the Iron Bear? Do you think that's my cup of tea? Can you, I don't know if you can't, know me from talking to me, but do you think that's something I would be doing? Smothering men at the Iron Bear?
Again, I have no idea. Honestly, there are plenty of gay men out there that do not look gay. They don't act gay.
Well, I guess that's
They
true.
can pass for straight. And you take any good psychopath and they're not going to tell. You can't tell that they're crazy. So you don't act like it. You don't look like it. But that didn't really mean anything.
Well,
follow
fair
me?
enough. I guess in this day and age, you probably don't know. But the bottom line is this, Chris. I think at this point, as many people as I know in this field, there would be somebody saying, hey, he did this or that. And there's a couple people, I don't mention names, but they go out in the field and they've, I'm not talking about anybody in this thing. And I've heard the rumors and stories and I don't repeat them because I don't know. One of them I don't know very well and I have no real opinion about him. The other guy, I have a pretty low opinion of him because why would you do that? Why would you take people out there and then try to pull some shit like that? But there again, they don't mess with me. I don't mess with them. And the people that have said it didn't say it directly to me. So it's not my business. That's why I'm not saying names. But don't you think that there would be some shred of evidence or proof of some of these claims of me beating women and children or hurting or smothering gay men or there would be something, some kind of rumor down here in Austin. Somebody would say something that I've been with somebody. And there's not even an iota, a modicum of it, Chris, because I'm not that person. And like I've said before, I've drank, I did drugs, I partied, and yeah, I was a bit of a womanizer back in the old days. I was young and you do things that aren't correct to do. And I talked a lot of shit and I got in a lot of fights. And I've been accused of everything under the sun. This isn't my first rodeo here. And I've never said, oh, I'm on my knees praying 4 hours a day. I don't smoke pot. And like these people, these puritanical maniacs that say all of this wild shit. And here's the thing. Why are they so puritanically Christian, but then they're okay with you talking about witchcraft and visualizing me behind bars? And why would you think that I should go to jail, Chris?
Yeah, what justifies that?
I mean, I don't visualize bad things on you. I pray for you. I pray for all of you. I mean,
I'm not sure I could come up with an answer to that.
And I
And
understand
that's what we've been saying for the longest time, isn't it? That
there's a lot of reasons, but none of them are any good.
yeah, and I've said this since the beginning. I've told everyone, if you just sat one of these people who are tagging us down and had an honest conversation with them and asked them exactly why they're doing what they're doing, they probably couldn't tell you. And here we are. This, in my opinion, is very strong evidence that there are forces at work on the minds of people that they don't even realize. I mean, because if people put so much are so adamantly against someone and they can't even and you just ask them why, and they say something like, I can't give you an answer. Why is that? If we don't deserve this, and a lot of your energy and time has been wasted on it too. So you've been done a disservice as well, because these people have been telling you the most nasty, vile things about us, and maybe you believe it, maybe you don't. But the fact is, you have participated in a very negative campaign against us. And now here
Yeah,
you are,
I admit
and,
that.
and we're speaking to you like a human being, because that is what you are. Yeah, and we are not the animals that you have been told that we are. And I think that we are proving that right now. Actually, we have proven that, but it hasn't been good enough. But we're proving it right now and setting an example. Nobody has any desire to destroy you, to humiliate you.
Or to hurt you in any way. I don't want to see you hurting, Chris. Chris, I'm going to tell you something. If one person that I'm friends with leaves my life, it hurts. I don't like it. I don't like it. And it hurt to see the memes that you were making about me. And I thought, this is my friend, and you just did that to me. This is the cancer that spreads when somebody has a bone to pick with you. What Clough did. Clough hurt me deeply. It hurt me that all of you were my friends at one time. The one person that was never my friend was Mike. I offered to let him come to the conference. I never begged him. I had so many people there to speak. There wasn't enough that we had to have a panel. We had to break it up into panels. When these people say the things that they do and they say, they're lying, Chris. They're lying. And I understand you were hurt. You may have gotten your feelings hurt. And if I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. But I never stopped praying for you. And that's the honest truth. God never spoke to me and told me, turn away from these people. Don't pray for these people. They're all bad people. That's what they did. They said that God literally told them not to pray for us. The thing that hurts me the worst about this whole thing is what has been done to Maddie and Anthony. And then there's my wife. And that is the worst, because my wife has never asked for this crap. She only did it because she wanted to defend her husband. And I kept telling her, honey, I can take it. What they say about me, I can take it. And I am not comparing myself to Christ, but Christ said, remember, they hated me first. And I carry that with me, Chris, because that is the truth. Nothing I will endure will ever come close to what he did, or the martyrs, or the saints, or all these other people. There are some great people out there that have suffered. I'm not one of them. But the things that I have had to endure, watch my family go through. When Tony was afraid to go to work because of the threats and things that were happening last year, I said, man, look, they're not after you. They want me. And I can't sit there and tell my family, yeah, let's keep doing this show where these people are threatening us and saying all kinds of crazy. They're dragging us through the mud. It was so hard. And I had to basically come to the realization that it was never going to stop. And Chris, we left for almost 6 weeks and it didn't stop. It just kept going and going. And I thought, this is our life now. Why? Because I wanted to do a show about the paranormal. And the first year when all this was, when we first got attacked by these crazy people in this group, Armando was smart. 16-year Army vet. He died a couple years ago. Great friend. And
I remember.
He left, and he kept telling me, he says, man, just get out of there. He goes, these people are mentally unstable. They're unwell. He says, and they're going to come at you, and they're never going to stop. He said that. And it's happened. And, I had a conversation with him maybe a couple weeks before, maybe it was a couple weeks, maybe a little longer, before he got really sick and went to the hospital. Same thing with Johnny Henderson. I talked to Johnny Henderson's sister today on Messenger. And she said something. Yeah, I miss him, because I know he wouldn't allow all this going on. It wouldn't be happening. The good people died. And Johnny told me the same thing. He said, these people, this is full of bad people. And he was questioning, like, maybe God didn't want us to do this because, I got to read this. I'm sorry for crying.
Don't apologize. You're just being yourself. There's no
Yeah, but I
airs.
don't want to.
There's no act that's
I
being
got
put
to
on.
keep it together here. I'm trying to. She sent me a picture of the baby. It's a cute little thing. And it was named after Johnny. It's a 1 month, 10-day-old baby. But we had talked about this stuff, and I said, I can't help but think if Johnny was alive, this bullying and harassment wouldn't be happening. And she said, this is Renee Henderson. She said, he would have stopped it. I'm sorry they're acting like that. My brother loved you. And I love Johnny. He was a good guy, and I could talk to him. And I liked Scott Martis. But they couldn't have been more different. Scott was not a believer in God. He was on the left, politically and everything. But he knew he could always message me or call me, and it'd be 1 or 2 in the morning, and he'd be high. He smoked, and he would call me, and he'd be like, hey, man, what if the Loch Ness Monster really is an interdimensional being? It just, like 2 in the morning, that's Scott, and I named my cat after Scott. I named him Martis. But Johnny was the same way. After April passed, he didn't live much longer than that, but he knew he could call me at any time. And we had some conversations. And I had some conversations with Linda before she died. And Armando too. I look at those people. There were these good people in this community, and they're gone. And I'm not the good people. I'm not a bad person. I'm just a person. And my other friend who passed away too, and Britton Solwin, he was another one. And I didn't get to work with him. And we're making plans. And Britton says, you make plans and God laughs. I'm, dying of cancer. And we didn't get to do our collaboration. And I feel like being here on the show, I've been given a reprieve. But all of these people, they all said the same thing, that this community was filled with evil, rotten people who were just going to say and do some of the worst things. And it takes a thick skin. And you get to a certain point where it's like, I feel like I can handle it, but none of them told me, hey, they're going to go after your family. They're going to attack your wife. They're going to do. I just thought they would just attack me, crucify me every day. Who cares? Go ahead. I've been bullied. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People can bully you all they want. But the attacking of people that I care about, going after the character assassination, what they said about Tex, he's a very gentle man. He's a big guy, but he's a very gentle soul. He is not a bad guy. He doesn't fight with people. He lets people say things and kind of run him over. He does. And he just lets it go. And they said things about him and his wife and saying that he cheated on his wife and this nasty things they say. For what? Why? They went after Harley Owens. Harley is a very nice, gentle soul too. He doesn't hurt anybody. His big sin was going on BMR's show, and they went after him. And now they're Dana calling him a Satanist and all this other crazy stuff. This is a good guy that never did anything to anybody that I know of, and everybody that deals with him says he's a pleasant man. Why would they do that? Why do they do these things? It doesn't stop there. With Abe, they said that he cheated on his wife with some blonde-haired woman at the conference. These people that were at the conference know that's not true.
Don't even mention Abe to me.
Let me say something, okay? Do you think it's right for them to make lies up about his marriage?
No.
No.
I don't know what they've said about his marriage, but it's not right to make up lies about it.
Yeah, because that's what they did. Chris, the bottom line is this. I can't convince you to be anything but who you are. But I have a philosophy. If you treat a man the way he is, he stays the way he is. If you treat a man the way he can become, that's what he'll be. You're older than me, but your life's not over. You still got a lot of living left to do. And you could do a lot of good. You could be the one that helps heal this community. God works in mysterious ways, whether you believe it or not. The truth is, you're here and we're talking. Whatever your motivation is, it doesn't matter. You're here and we're talking. And this is what needs to happen, an open dialogue where we can resolve these issues. But the problem is, Chris, those people that are doing and saying these things have a lot more to answer for than you. And I'm still kind of baffled why you would be over there in that cesspool of what these negative people are doing and saying every day. Because I know that's not completely who you are at your core. Some of those people may be sociopaths for all I know. But I don't think you are. And I think you see that this is not correct. And it's not true, the things that they're doing and saying. And like you said, you haven't seen all of it and everything that they've done and said. But I assure you, we have the screenshots of all of it. And all I'm asking for from you is just a little modicum of just a little bit of respect, enough to stop saying the things and stop backing up these bad things that they're saying. Because you got to know it's not correct, Chris. It's not right for us to say anything about you either. I don't make memes about you. I don't condone things said that are other than the truth.
I've heard myself badmouthed a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
Geyer, gayer, whatever. I've heard that. If I've heard it 10 times, or if I've heard it once, I've heard it 10 times.
Gayer?
Yeah. Mispronouncing. Let's call it mispronouncing my last.
Well, they're not mispronouncing it. It's being said in jest
No,
or
that's
whatever.
you. You
Yeah.
have said this.
So I called you gayer. So that gives you, after all the things that have been done and said, that's my rebuttal. That's what I should be crucified for. Doesn't make it right.
See, Chris, you actually raise a good point right now, because if that's your example of
that's
of
one example.
that
Hold
both is
on.
thrown at you.
Hold on. Let him speak. That's one example. Go ahead.
I don't carry a list.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a list of imagined or real insults that I carry with me.
Then why participate in this campaign at all?
I'll say something, and this is an indictment of myself. I called you a British wizard. A gay
I'm not
British wizard.
British.
Well, that's Harry Potter, dude. That's
No, I read the books.
Yeah, well, I kind of figured that you were a Harry Potter guy. I'm just saying. I mean, I like the movies. I'm not gonna lie, but the point is this: I did say that. But so what? I'm not making memes. I'm not blasting you every day I'm not making posts about you. I don't care. Not that I don't care about you as a person. I don't care to attack you, Geyer. I've reposted some of the horrible things you've said about me. And some of it's pretty bad. It's pretty gnarly, man. I mean, and I still don't care. It doesn't make me hate you. Nothing you could do, nothing they could do will ever make me hate you. It makes me want to hate you. It's something that Bettina said. She's like, I hate the way they make me hate them, because I don't want to feel that way. And neither does she. And I talked to her a couple of days ago about it. And she's just like, let it go. It's never good. I said, I can't, because it's not me that's doing it. I just wanted peace. That's all I want. If you're the only one that I could reach to make peace, and we go, hey, you go your way, I go mine, and we don't fight and whatever, then good. One good thing has come out of it. And I know you're the way you are. You're predisposed to the way you believe. But Chris, I want to say this. This is the truth. Jesus died for your sins. He died for my sins. And you may not believe it. You may reject it completely. And people use the Bible to do and say all kinds of negative things. It's talked about in the Old Testament, but Jesus never really speaks about homosexuality. Now, that doesn't mean I condone it or think that it's right or whatever. But Jesus isn't looking at you and seeing anything other than a man. And that's the truth. And he wants you to love and respect him the way that his Father has loved and respected all of us and gave us free will. And you have that free will. And you can be a good person if you choose to be. Or you can go the other way. Because in the end, I think we will all be judged for what we've said and done. And you too. So will I. God's going to ask me why I said that about you. Why did you say this about this man? And I'm going to have to go, well, you see, God, that was kind of complicated. We were fighting with these other people and he got involved. So I called him some names and then that is embarrassing. And even to say the least, it's embarrassing for me to sit up here and have to be a man that has a podcast that is trading barbs with another grown man, other people. It's not correct. And I don't think it's right. I don't care what happened. It doesn't matter. I have to maintain a certain level of decorum. And that has been shaken to the core. And I don't blame you. I think part of this was deception. I think that they deceived a lot of people. And I think there's at least 2 or 3 of them. I don't know what to think about Barden. I think that he was jealous. He had some jealousy in him, some envy. I know he was jealous of other people. This is just the truth. I'm not trying to be ugly, but he was jealous of other people. And I kept telling him, what are you jealous for, Barton? You have your own thing. Do what you do. Don't worry about what Helbenhaller or BMR well, he didn't attack BMR. It's what's his face? He didn't like Reigns, Robbie Reigns.
Yeah.
He hated him. He hated him real bad. I said, it doesn't matter what these people are doing or saying. Don't worry about blondes and booze and even me. Do you. Do what you do and what you're good at. Play to your strengths. That wasn't something he was willing to do. He wanted to worry about the Joneses. You don't just get into YouTube and then you start making money. Hell, I couldn't live off of the money we make from the show. There's no way. And I told him that. I said, at that time, it was like 5 years, something like that. I said, 5 years, I still ain't doing shit. And it doesn't matter. And our growth is almost stopped. They've choked it out completely. Because here we are, instead of talking about Dogman, we're talking about all of this stuff. But this is important because I think that this is an example of how we're supposed to talk to each other and how we're supposed to treat each other. You didn't come on the show screaming and yelling and talking crap, and I'm not doing it to you. We can sit here and address each other like grown men. They could do the same, Chris. They could have the same what you're doing, but they choose not to. Like I said before, you're the only one that has the balls to come on here and talk. They don't want it to be resolved, Chris. They want to hate. There is a lust for them to hate and be angry and be bitter. I don't have that in me. I know that a couple of these people are very vile and they will do anything or say anything, not just to me. In my opinion, they do it to you. They do it to anybody because I don't believe that they're fully functioning people, And then like the thing with him, I don't know what his deal is at this point. He was in the hospital. We prayed for him. He got out. Somebody lit his fuse, lied to him, I suppose. I don't know. And then he comes at me and says that, you've been attacking me for 2 years. This started with him in June of 2024. That's last year. And he tells everybody on his page that he's never going to stop and they're pooping in cups and they're doing all kinds of stuff. You're doing minimal damage to me, but you're doing a lot of damage to yourself and to your own soul, your eternal soul that he claims to care so much about.
Well, see, that depends on whether or not I subscribe to Christian tenets.
Yeah.
I have never claimed to be Christian.
Oh, I know. You've never said you were, and you've never
lied about that.
You never lied about that. You're the one that actually just said it the truth, like straight out. Like you were just like, that's not me. You don't pretend to be anything you're not. You're a gay wizard. I mean, like you practice magic, right? Isn't that what you said?
I do what I do. You can call it whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, regardless of like whatever it's called, like what the point is this, or at least the point that I want to bring to the table is this, Chris. Regardless of your spiritual beliefs and practices, regardless of who you are as a person and your lifestyle choices, regardless of your opinion of us or our opinion of you, it simply does not change the fact that there's objective right and objective wrong. And to reiterate something that you said just a little bit earlier that I agree with, when Abe was mentioned, I can tell there's no love lost between you and him, but
Yeah,
at
and
the
there's
s-
a reason.
but at the same time, you said that it's still not right for someone to make up lies about him and his wife, to make up lies with the intention of uh, destroying his marriage. Now that's a very good point, and nor would we abide by any of our people on our behalf making up blatant lies about you, nor have we. And we have also condemned any and all intentions or threats of violence towards any and all of y'all multiple times, on right here on the live stream and on social media. Several times we have told people that's not what we're about, and if anyone wants to talk like that, then they don't represent us and we don't want anything to do with us. Now, several legitimate threats of violence have been made against us, but you have not one time heard any of those people condemn that or try and distance themselves from those people, or even try to politely discourage, hey, please
That's
don't make
because
threats
I
to shoot
never
or stab
saw
these
any of
people.
it.
I'm saying
I
that
never saw
okay,
any kind of threats of violence
okay.
towards
So
anyone.
but
Hold on.
let me take you at your word with that. You haven't seen it, but the point is that there is a difference of character that is on display here. And if you do see it, maybe you can go check it out after this. But the fact is, it's there. I give you my word, it's there.
We can send it to you if you
Yeah.
want it. I'll show it to you.
But we're not the people that we are being made out to be, and by some people who are
I want to address
seriously unhinged.
I want to address something here because fair is fair. Tingu Rose has been kind of going at me a little bit here, and I don't. You do what you got to do. Says it's not a misunderstanding. Josh is genuinely remorseful, and I see that. However, for me, it sounded like he didn't simply say, "I am sorry, I've hurt you." I also feel slighted, etc. So let me go ahead and say this: if I did hurt you, if that hurt you, I don't know that it did, but if it did, I do apologize because that's the correct thing to do. I never meant to hurt you. I lashed out in anger at a lot of people because of the people that were attacking me. And I'm not perfect. And I know that it does put me at a disadvantage. It does put me behind the eight ball when I apologize and say that I'm sorry when these people won't, because then they go, he admits he's wrong. That doesn't make them less wrong. It doesn't. But if me calling you gay wizard or gayer or any of the other things that have been whatever, when I address you, I do apologize for that. I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you. I didn't want to hurt anybody, Chris. It's not my goal. That's not how I operate. And I hate to lose you as a listener, as a friend. That's it. I mean, it is the way it is. And you have, I gotta say, there's a lot of mean and nasty things you said. And I'm not expecting you to sit up here and apologize because you may not feel the same way I do. But for what I've said, I'm sorry to you. I can't apologize to these other people if they don't want to get up here and talk to me. And they want an apology. Kind of stumped about that because they have been rioting and starting all kinds of crap, and it's been going on for over 2 years. And I've been trying to get them to stop, and they just will not stop. But they have bigger problems coming on down the pipe than worrying about me. Some of them have court things and all kinds of crap going on, and I'm not even going to get into it. It's ridiculous to some of the stuff that they have going on in their lives. There's reasons why they have those problems. But I personally shouldn't have said the things I did about you. You're a human being with feelings just like me. And people oftentimes will be prejudiced and they will condemn somebody because you are a gay man, they will just be like, well, you know what? F that guy. And I know what it's like. You're going to be sitting there attacked, whatever. I'm half Mexican, and I've had people really mostly from the Mexican side, just white boy and all this other crap, and I've had to take it and just, I know what it's like.
And
You
see,
know,
that's the thing that got me. It wasn't the fact that you were continually pointing out that I'm gay. That's redundant
Mhm.
at best to continually harangue on that. The thing that got me is the trickle down theory. If I sit here and call you a wetback, that not only affects you, it affects everyone else of Hispanic descent.
Mhm.
And by you continually pointing out that I'm gay in a negative context, trickles down and makes every other gay man or gay woman look bad.
Yeah, and I didn't think about that. I mean, I wasn't attacking the whole community. I was just attacking you. I mean, because you attacked me because it was pretty vicious, some of the things you were saying.
And in this kind of situation, it's not about you and me. It's about everybody.
And I mean, I have gay people that work for me. I have a lesbian, and her wife is my hairstylist, and so, and we're pretty good friends. We don't have the same politics, obviously. We don't have the same, whatever. And one of my cousins, and actually, he's gay, and then my nephew, his brother is gay.
This is also the reason why I don't claim to be Christian, because the number of times that Jesus and the Bible have been used as an excuse to lynch, lobotomize, kill. Oh, I'm sorry. Cause to not be alive.
Well, you already said it.
A person just because they want to give their smooches to somebody else of the same gender.
And Maddie, I didn't pose as you posted.
Yeah.
So Maddie says, Geyer, you called me a useless chola who wouldn't make a good hooker. Just saying. Yeah. And the thing about me,
proud of that insult. It took me a while to think of that.
Well, that's not correct, Chris. And it's not correct for us to say things about you being gay, but you shouldn't call her a useless chola who wouldn't make a good hooker, because according to Clough, that's what she is. She's a hooker. And according to what Mike said last night, that her mother called her brothel sprout, and because he had a conversation with her, supposedly with her grandmother who's deceased. He apparently had a conversation with her grandmother, just like he claims he had conversations with my wife, which phone records say, well, that was a lie. And yeah, there are a lot of claims made by a lot of people, and it is not correct. And Nellie says this. She says, no, it doesn't, Chris, because he was only addressing you. He wasn't addressing the gay community. I will say this. I'm not going to disagree with you or her, but I do think that it was probably not in the best taste for me to call you gayer or gay wizard of Britain or whatever it was.
And to add to the point that you brought up, Chris, about like a lot of hateful, negative, evil acts being done.
Guys, I'm sorry, I've lost my my picture.
Well, we can hear you just fine.
Well, we can still hear you. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. But either way, like to add to the point you brought up about people doing really nasty, hurtful, and violent things, and hiding behind Christianity, but behind the name of Christ, dude. Don't you see that's what these very people are doing to us? Because they claim that they claim to be Christian, they claim to be this, they claim to be that, but they have literally written out prayers praying for our death. And the fact that Wolf even started to even entertain any ideas outside of Christianity, like for example, the Anunnaki theory.
Yeah, I got attacked. Larry said that's
they
why he
attacked
attacked me.
mercilessly. Larry just would not stop. He went around door to door to all of the moderators, to all of the donors, telling people that because Wolf dared talk about anything outside of the King James version of the Bible, that he was an apostate, a heretic, a blasphemer. And
says that he said I worshipped him.
We're being attacked by the same enemy.
He kept saying that I worshiped him, and Barton said, "This man is a heretic." His exact words. We have the screenshots. He told this woman that I was a heretic, and he told everybody to sharpen their spears against me. The enemy is amongst us. I have the screenshots of all of that. What they don't understand is that my people have kept meticulous records of everything that's been said and done. And here, Scipio Americanus, that's a pretty cool name, actually. It's that's from the general that actually defeated Hannibal in the plains of Zama.
Scipio Africanus.
Yeah, Scipio Africanus. He says, if I can give some advice, stop doing these live call-in shows. Wolf is the best storyteller. Leave it with him. Him and his crew is why I used to watch his channel at time, but have, and then he goes on to kind of say, hey, this, don't do this stuff right here. Scipio, I want to say this. I don't want you to leave and not be part of the show, and I don't want you to be upset with us, but this is something that has to happen. We got to clear the air here. And this is someone who had been attacking us on, with another group of people, but he's the only one that has the balls to get up here and actually talk about it, because it has to stop at some point. And I'd love to get back to just telling like what we were going to do tonight and talk about the Dogman in Central Texas, because I have 4 friends that were depending on me actually tonight to tell their encounter. And and unfortunately, things got a little sidetracked. But we did do a great live call-in show on Monday, which went for hours, and it was about religion, and it was about cryptids, everything you could think of, inner earth. We talked about different religions and the origin of man, and just alternate realities and the nature of reality. So don't bash the call-in shows. We only do those typically on Monday. And so we have Chris Geyer here, and he's, came on the show to talk about the issues he's had with us. And the thing is, Chris, I want to, it's important to me, I apologized for calling you Chris Geyer and whatever. Do you accept my apology, or are you still angry? Are you there, Chris?
Let me see.
Chris, are you there?
I think we might have I think his connection just went out, because I removed him from stage and put him right back on, and now his screen's just black.
Well, hopefully he'll come back, folks, and here's the thing, he's not wrong about, how he feels, right? He feels a certain way. And I could compare the things that I've said to the things that he has said. And I will say, it is pretty lopsided. I didn't say a whole bunch of stuff. But for sure, refresh the link. It still is incorrect. It doesn't make it right to say things in kind, like go back and whatever. But dude, when you are with a cabal of people and you're attacking us constantly, nonstop, and I don't know the veracity of his statement saying that he didn't see all of these things. I don't know whether he saw it or not, but it was in that group that they were constantly posting in, and there are a ton of screenshots of the nasty things that were being said about me and about my family and about PRT, and they call you guys the paraturds and all this other stuff. Now, I don't know if he did, but I know that they were saying the paraturds and all that. And I feel very confident about going before a judge. Let's put it that way. And I don't, here he is right here. Here's Chris. And I don't feel like, if I put what I have with these people, things they've said, and they put what they have, if it's going to cancel, I don't believe it's going to cancel each other out. And I don't think, because I haven't made threats. And so the things that they have said, they've twisted things and said that but I didn't. And when somebody says, I'm going to come burn your house, That's pretty serious. And then inciting people to go and attack me because of supposedly I hurt women and children. That's what Mr. Nunley has done. That is going too far. And like I said before, Geyer, you're not one of the people that you're not issuing the kill me or anything like that, but these other people are and have. And I got to ask, I mean, how do you feel about that?
I can't condone anything like that. I don't agree with everything that anybody that people there have said. Obviously, I don't agree. I wouldn't agree with everything.
Well, that's good to know.
Okay, I occasionally have trouble putting words together. I address what I feel like. If I don't feel like stirring the pot, I just ignore it.
So I got to run here in a little bit, but I got to ask this question before I go and do what I have to do. How are you and me and Anthony and the rest of us? Are we okay, or are we just still going to be at odds?
Because all we want, Chris, is just to end this negative feedback loop. That it's a self-perpetuating cycle, and you know this. It goes back and forth and snowballs and keeps growing and growing and growing until someone just finally has to put a stop. That has to break that cycle. That's our only intention here. That's all we care about. We just want our lives back because they've been turned upside down completely, and we don't deserve that, and you don't either.
Yeah, and Madeline makes a good point. We're not asking to be friends. You don't have to be my friend, Chris. I just want to be left alone. I won't say a word about you. You don't say anything about me. You can think it.
Deal.
You know.
I will end the mean. All I ask is that you leave my name out your mouth.
That sounds like a good thing to me. Yeah. And like I said,
as far as Maddie and your wife go, I never started in on them. No, there's nothing to end.
Your sound is going out, Chris. We can't hear you.
I don't know what to
There you go.
But you were saying, as far as Maddie and Nellie goes, you what?
Yeah, we kind of lost you.
No, as far as you, Anthony, and Nellie are concerned, I never went in for either one of you, and there's nothing to quit. My opinion of Maddie doesn't need to be brought into this.
Well, then that's really something that I wish you would tell to Clough, because he's the one who dragged her name through the mud. It wasn't me. It wasn't you. At least not initially. You made some really bad comments about Maddie that were not okay to say.
Oh, I had no respect for the woman.
Okay, well, she didn't do anything to you.
She doesn't have to.
Well, then that's
I've seen the things
that doesn't make sense,
things
Chris.
she has done to other people.
All she's ever done is try to clear her name and mine and Wolf's and Nellie's. All she's ever done is try to help us.
Hold on. What are you saying, Chris?
I'm not buying that Maddie is some kind of innocent in this whole deal.
Elaborate.
I've heard too much.
That's the key. That's the key phrase.
No. Hold on. He's saying he heard too much, though. He heard too much from her, or heard too much from other people saying
from
things?
Other people about her.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. See, so let me ask you this, Chris, and since we're talking here,
So we're getting somewhere.
what have you heard? Just give us. You don't got to go crude details, brother. Just a little bit of what have you heard?
Okay, getting back to the relationship with Anthony. It was my understanding that she was the one that started spreading the rumor around that Anthony had given her an STD.
No, she did not. She did not do that. She did not say that.
Yeah,
All she ever told, all she ever said was she told what she believed was her good friend at the time, Clough, that we had been intimate, and he took that and ran with it. And she telling a close friend something in confidence is very different from going around and telling everyone, spreading some rumor. No, those are two different things. She was betrayed by someone who claimed to be her friend. I mean, her only mistake was ever trusting that
and
guy.
here's the other thing though too. And Geyer is not. You're not. You're just like everybody else. You're trying to figure out what's what, right? Okay. So Chris, here's the thing that I heard, because Clough, when he talked to me, and the only people that could verify that was, I think Scorpion was kind of getting ready for work or something, and I was walking around talking to Clough. He heard part of the conversation. Nelly heard part of it. But me and Clough know the truth. And the truth is this. He told me that Maddie had been saying some very negative things about me. He said that, not to trust her, that she had said things about Anthony. And that the whole reason she had come down here was to get him to basically try. So that, in his opinion, now he didn't say this is what I know to be a fact. It was basically in like an opinion. He said, in my opinion, she's trying to get y'all's business. She wants to get in there and embed herself and be blah, blah, blah. But here's my opinion on that. I think Clough was too. And I don't know what his designs were with Maddie, but to me, if I had to put money on it, he may say, that's a lie, I don't believe it. And maybe it's not, I don't know. But it seemed kind of like he had a thing for Maddie. But that, I don't know 100%, but that's, if a judge asked me that, and it could happen, I'm going to say, Your Honor, I think that's the case. But I will also, I got to say, it seemed kind of like he had a thing for me too. Now that's going to sound really weird, but he did admit to us that he had, been, with a dude that they rode around, or they were supposed to, I don't know. He got attacked. There was a lot of weird stuff, Chris. Okay. And I didn't ask him to dump all this on me, Chris. Yeah, I understand you can
mention anything to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, and I talked about it on the show, and he got very upset about it. But the truth is the truth, and there were 4 witnesses to it that can swear affidavits to what he said. They were right there in the kitchen when he said that in my sitting room in the other house I used to live in, and I was just kind of blown away because it was the day before Christmas Eve, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah,
and I was just like, what? Chris, you got to understand, like I don't need to hear this shit. I didn't ask him to tell me this. You do what you do. I don't care about that.
Well,
He
that's
also told me he
understandable.
smoked crack, and I didn't ask him to tell me about that. I think he was trying to clear the air, Chris, so that if something came up later on, that I wouldn't go, oh crap, this guy, whatever. But the truth is this: I already was not comfortable around him for other reasons. Because he would say things and there would be contradictions. And you may be a victim of that too. He may have told you things that were not true. Because in my opinion, that guy can't keep his story together. He may have finally been able to do it when they wrote it all out and got on the show and did 24 episodes of bullshit. But the bottom line is this. He was up to something. He had to be. And in my opinion, I think Larry knew it too. I think they were in on it. And they tried to appeal to our Christian sensibilities. I'm supposed to go and crucify these people because they had premarital sex in my house? No. I don't give a shit what they did. It's his bedroom. There were 2 master bedrooms in that house. He had one upstairs. He can do whatever the hell he wants in there. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, he's part owner of the company. We have a construction company too, and he's an architect. He can do whatever the hell he wants. But he was walking around at Build when that dude called him and said all this crazy shit about premarital sex. And the only reason he put up with it was because Brother Larry was supposedly friends with me and Barton. And that's why Anthony took his shit, all his puritanical fake bullshit. Then he attacks me with that same fake Old Testament puritanical bullshit and comes at me saying that I'm a worshiper of Anunnaki because how dare I espouse any or even talk about theories that weren't about his belief in the Bible, the way he believed the Bible was supposed to be. And then he gives me all of this crap about how I did this and I did that. And he went around telling everybody what not a good Christian I was. And when I had a conversation with him and finally was able to I said, Larry, what is this? Oh, okay, yeah. And then the next thing you know, he's calling Matt Imps that next day, saying shit, calling Bettina 16 times or 17 times, he said. And showed us it was like on there. He called her nonstop. He called Abe Seas. He called everybody and told them every vile bad thing. And at that time, Barton told me, he says, I think he's unhinged. I don't know. And I'm like, and now Barton flips and he's like, oh, no, Brother Larry, blah, 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 because Brother Larry paid his taxes. That's why. And if they have any kind of to refute this, come on here because it's going to end up in a court of law. I'm telling you, Chris, it's going to happen because these people have embedded themselves in our lives. We didn't ask them to. We helped them. And every time I helped one of these people, they turn and they bite me. And I feel totally betrayed. I've helped these people over and over again. And Chris, I didn't ask for this shit. I didn't start with these people. I didn't like Clough telling me his intimate stuff, but I guess he felt the need. And I think he thought, well, if Maddie comes down here, he's not going to have a place or whatever. So he thought maybe this is only me speculating. I don't know. But from what we can piece together, I think, and he was trying to get her out of the way because his wife or girlfriend wasn't going to let him come and stay up here because of Maddie. She was jealous of her. Now, why she was jealous of her, Chris, think about it, was probably because Clough was fixated on her.
Yeah.
Which
is why after he found out that me and Maddie had been together, both Mike and Abe have said on their show that they got a phone call from Clough where he was telling them about it and he was in tears and he was crying. Now, it would be one thing, right? If it was just Abe who said that, right? But it wasn't just Abe. Mike went on his own live stream and said that Clough called him specifically about me and Maddie because he found out about it and he was crying. Both of them attested to it. So he was very, very upset about that. And the rumor about the STDs, that came from Dana. Dana Ortega made that up. She spread that. And of course, the opportunist that he is, Clough was going to participate in spreading that. Why wouldn't he? He was not happy about the fact that Maddie did not want to be with him. She wasn't interested. And, this boils down to him not wanting to accept that no means no. He didn't want to respect that. He did not want to respect that Maddie didn't want to be with him. And so what he tried to do is try to, he was then upset with Maddie that Maddie was not turning on me and attacking me because he wanted her to participate in the smear campaign that would then paint me as a womanizer, as someone who just took advantage of her and kicked her to the curb. And she said, no, I'm not going to do that because that's not what happened. And that enraged him. And so he turned on her, not the other way around. All she wanted was just to live her life and be left alone. It's all I want. It's all any of us ever wanted. But they started all this crap. And again, the same people who have mistreated you throughout your life and made you feel like you're less than because you're a gay man. These false Christians, these are the same people who hate us too. We're not your enemy.
Well, because we don't believe the same way they do. Yeah. I believe in Christ, but I also I made a statement that Larry really latched onto, and he hates me for it or whatever. That's fine. But I said it doesn't matter if God created something that created us. We all still go back to the Father. It doesn't matter. And I just said that. And he goes, "No, we were created by God." And I said, that's not in dispute. If I make a baby it's like saying, okay, God didn't make the baby, I made that baby, right? But it's still God because we were made in the image,
Mhm.
And so he doesn't understand or follow logic like that. These people are nuts,
Yeah.
dude. They don't care. And honestly, I don't even believe that that's what he really was mad about. You know what I honestly believe? And I'll say this before a judge. If he asks me the question, I'm going to tell him he was first offended because he says I attacked the Aggies.
Mhm.
And ever since then, he was weird with me. He got really weird. And I just
This
was
is
like,
what
dude,
this who again?
you probably don't know about this, Chris, but he came at me because he had made a statement in the chat or something about
Who
how
he?
Larry, because the
Okay.
University of Texas, right? And he hates the University of Texas because supposedly University of Texas is a very liberal school. And they think that A&M is this Christian conservative school. They don't realize they have as many foreigners as UT does. It doesn't matter. They just believe that. But he is a Aggie. He says he's an Aggie alum, but I don't believe what he says half the time because he also said he played football for him. He was a fighter pilot. He says all kinds of stuff. Said he played for the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, he just says a lot of crazy things that I just thought, well, it's just him, But he confronted me and he says, "You attacked my beloved alma mater." And I said, "When?" He says, "You were making fun of the Aggies on your show, or whatever." And I said, "Dude," I said, it doesn't matter. I got family. One of my cousins is a big old rancher here in Central Texas, and he's a big Aggie, and he defends them to the end. And we'll argue on Thanksgiving about it because we always do, but I love him to death. But he had a problem, and I said it to him. I told him, Anthony, I've said it before. I said, I don't think you ever let that go, Larry, because these people, some of these Aggies are not like the other Aggie fans are just say it's a football game and it's over. No, this dude is like bleeds maroon. He is obsessed with it. And he seems to be the kind of person, in my opinion, that gets obsessed with things pretty readily. And he was obsessed with those comments and he kept on and kept on. And I said, Larry, this had nothing to do with you personally. I just said something about A&M, but I did say that I didn't believe that he got beat up by UT students because his dad was in World War II. Who the hell has ever heard of that? I mean, that is the most bullshit, asinine. A bunch of liberals beat you up, right? Because your dad was in World War II. That's kind of the way he was wording it. And I'm like, I'm not a liberal at all, but dude, I don't believe that shit, And so I did say something. I just was like, dude, just stop with that bullshit. Because he says the most outlandish things. But in my opinion, he doesn't work right up there. So when he called Anthony and had this weird conversation with him, and Anthony told me, I was like, I didn't know the whole story. You know what I mean? About him and Maddie and Clough being angry or whatever. I didn't know all that shit. I didn't care. You got to understand something. I run 2 businesses and I do the show. I don't sleep much, but I don't have time to hear people's shit. So what him and Maddie did, I mean, I wasn't like shocked. I mean, I figured they, that something had happened, whatever, because they were attracted to each other. So what? I just think that it's honestly, it was none of Clough's business. And why did he need to talk to me about it? Because he told several people to have me call him because he was like, and I didn't have time. So I was about 2 or 3 days late calling him because I didn't care. But then he sits there and tells me all this stuff. And he says things with conviction, like, hey, this, you need to be careful. This woman, blah, 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 and I'm like, oh, yeah. And, and there again, I'm guilty of believing somebody at face value, and I did that with Mike when he said those things about Jesse and Joe Doyle. And I said that on the show that Joe ripped my ass. He says, why would you believe this guy, this maniac up there in Oklahoma? You don't even know this dude. And I said, the only excuse I had, which is no excuse, I just said, well, he said it, and Kirk Reed was on the phone, and I just thought, why would he make that up? And now we know that these people just make shit up. I mean, they will literally just make shit up, Chris. I mean, out of the thin air. They don't care. They just, whatever falls out of their ass, they say it. And if that works, that works. So, I got to run, but Chris, like I said, I want to know, because if I hurt you, I just want to know, it's not right and I don't want to leave it that way. Do you accept my apology and we can go on our separate ways?
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate it. Because honestly, Chris, and I don't mean this in a gay way, but I love you. I do. Jesus commands us to love everybody. And you were a loyal supporter of the show and you were a friend. And I feel horrible that things went the way they did. And I'm not ashamed to admit when I'm wrong. And, this really actually makes me feel good inside. Not that I'm like, oh, I'm a good guy. No, but you coming on the show and us hashing it out. I know how those people are. And I know you can't go back and they may pressure you or they may try to say things to you or whatever, but I don't want anybody else saying anything else about this man. Please leave him alone. I don't care about people's negative opinions because when I tell somebody something, I try to take it to the bank. And if you accept my apology, that's it. It's done. I don't want any bad things. You will never hear me say another word. As long as you don't say things I have to rebuttal to, that's it. And you don't have to apologize if you don't feel like you don't feel it, don't do it.
Well, I want to be honest with you here.
Sure.
I could apologize easily about the memes, but I feel like when you do something like that, you should be sincere. And at the time, I didn't care if anybody got hurt.
Yeah.
Push come to shove, it's a meme. It means nothing.
All right.
I mean,
Well,
you may disagree with me. You've got absolutely right to. But when you weigh it against things like he's the Lady Bird Lake killer, he helped kidnap somebody's son, he beats his wife. No, I'd never said anything like that. I've never believed you were the Lake killer.
Well, Chris, I appreciate that because I'm not the Lady Bird Lake killer, I assure you.
And we did make it clear, like right at the crack of the bat, Chris, that like of all the people, like you probably have the least. You've done and said the least. We have acknowledged that. So, it's not really, in my opinion, it's not really so much that you made some silly memes. It's really just kind of the perception, the feeling that someone who was once a friend now condones what the company he keeps is saying and doing against us. You have not taken things that far, but they have.
But from my perspective, just because I'm a part of that group, don't automatically assume that I agree with everything that's said in it.
Well, that sounds great in theory, but the fact is the world will judge us by the company we keep.
Yeah,
and we will be defined always by the company that we keep around us. So if you strongly,
this is something I don't want to interrupt you, but I've got to.
I'm just saying, like,
this is something that I have
if you
dealt
strongly
with
disagree,
my entire life. I have been.
You're breaking up. We lost you at. Oh crap! Did we lose him?
I think so.
Yeah, let me see.
He's got a point in one, he's not the one saying that I'm the Lady Bird Lake killer, that I kidnapped somebody's kid. He's not saying that I'm sacrificing children. He's not the one. These are these other people saying these ridiculous, crazy things. And, so he's saying comparatively speaking, it's like something else, Chris, are you there?
I'm here. I can hear you.
Okay. All right, we can hear you. So, anyways, I'm going to leave the conversation there. I get what you're saying. Compared to what they've done, is you're saying it's like a big difference. Like there's memes that you did, but then these people were saying these horrible things. I get it. You know? Are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
I get you. I understand what you're saying.
So I'm going to go because I'm actually late. I got to go run and do some stuff here. But, I do honestly appreciate you coming on. And Chris, I will pray for you. I still pray for them too. I do. And I'm not, going to say a word, because you at least had the balls to come on. If they could all do that and set an example, if they would come and do the same thing, this thing could end. It could. Now, there's things in motion now that I don't know, but it has to come to a conclusion, Chris, at some point. And I don't want it to be with someone being hurt, other than feelings. It's, I wish nobody's feelings get hurt, but it happens. It's already happened. I don't want to die, but if I do, I would hope that maybe it sets an example for people that to see, hey, things get out of hand. Somebody needs to step in and say, this isn't correct. And hopefully, if it were to come to that, God forbid, that maybe the community could learn something. And hopefully, what I leave behind is that I did my part, for the community. I didn't want strife. I didn't want to fight. But I'm that person that if you bring it to me, I'm going to fight back. That's just it. But at least you and I can move on with our lives. So I'm going to jump off here with you. So I can address the audience. Thank you, Chris Geyer, for coming on. And please, people, don't attack this man. Leave him alone. Don't say anything to him or about him. If he hasn't said anything else to us or whatever, there's no reason to do that. So I'm going to let you go. Okay, Chris?
Sure.
All right. God bless. I'll see you.
All righty.
All right. Bye. See, that's the point. I mean, you can live your life and you can be in anger and hate and whatever, but at least tonight, one person came on and said his piece. We tried not to argue or talk over him or be ugly or mean. I just wish that everybody would do the same, and you can hate me or whatever it is that you just, whatever. But tell me why and be honest and answer. Some of these people, I know they cannot come on here and say it. A couple of them can. But there are some that I know because they have spun a web of lies that there's no way they could come on here and defend it. There is just absolutely no way. And so those people I know will not show up here. And honestly, the only person that I ever was really, really close with in this whole thing was Barton. I had a lot of conversations with Barton, and I never thought I'd see the day that he would do this. But I could see him drifting with Larry, and Larry talks a big game, and he bragged openly about how he turned him against me. We have the screenshots. He says it took some convincing, but I got it done. Well, good for you, Larry. You destroyed a friendship. But I don't know if you ever really were my friend as viciously as you attack me, because if somebody was ever once my friend, I couldn't do and say the things that you're doing and saying. I just couldn't. I have not even, I have ex-girlfriends who were just nuts, who did horrible and said horrible things, And one of them, out of the blue one day, just through a mutual friend years ago, asked me for forgiveness, and I forgave her. She said things that could have gotten me in trouble the way she talked about me. And she cried and says, I was on drugs, I was drinking, I don't care. I just was glad to be away. I escaped with my sanity and I moved on. I lost some things and I forgave her. And she's a person that can speak to my character, because she told me, she was like, you have every right to hate my guts for the things I did and said. And I just told her, all's well that ends well. That's the best you could get. Sometimes with closure, it's that kind of thing, And I told her, I said, I don't hate you. And she's like, well, I'm surprised. And I didn't go and trash her to everybody, all of our mutual friends. She lost some friends over the things that she did and said about me. One of her closest friends told her, she said she turned on her. No, she didn't. She saw what you were doing. And she says, you're crazy. This isn't who he is. And you know this. And she could not be friends with her anymore. So she blamed me for her friends turning away from her. I didn't speak the ill words against her. I said nothing about her. I just let it. I walked away. I defended myself from the accusations. Some of them were pretty nuts. I was accused of looking in her window. And this is what I told people. I said, she lives on the second floor of an apartment building. So unless I'm Spider-Man, that couldn't have happened. Even one of her boyfriends came at me, and when I actually got him to calm down, and I told him, sit down, told him right there in my nightclub, and I told him, he said, oh my gosh, I came here to fight. And then we became friends. And guess what? Me and that guy stayed friends for years. Years we became friends. We actually worked out together. Things are not always as they seem, folks. I did not come here tonight prepared for any of this. I came in here tonight to talk about Dogman in Central Texas. Thus the title. This was not clickbait to get you to come on and watch me cry and look stupid. These people get what they want. They come at me and they say whatever the horrible things that they're going to do and say they're going to do it. They're going to say it. And that's fine. You can't control everybody. But you can control yourself and your own tongue and the things that you do and say. And you're responsible for those things. Just like this woman that said these things about me years ago. And it might have just been funny to see this woman spinning out and whatever, but it got ridiculous to the point where I almost got hurt over it. Yeah. And there was a lot that went on. My boss at my job got involved because this woman lied and said things that weren't true. And my boss was like, he was at work when you're claiming all this shit. Because even back then I worked all the time. And I had two partners that I worked with out in government housing. And they could attest to where I was at. There were residents where I worked that could say, hey, he was there. And in the end, after all the slander and all the things that she did to me, I still forgave her. Now, some people might say, well, you're soft, you're weak. That's why people do what they do and they get away with it. They don't get away with it. I fight back because I defended myself vigorously. But I didn't stoop to the tactics that she did. Lying, deceit, subterfuge, sabotage, going door to door to convince everybody to hate somebody. I didn't do those things. And deflection. I didn't do those things. And I'm not fighting a dirty war here. All I do is repost what these people have said. Some of them have come to my page to attack me because I posted their names on my thing. They threatened me, and the threats are right there on my Facebook. Go look. Go to PRT News. You will see this. We are not lost little babes in the woods, baby people, whatever. We'll defend ourselves, but we are not this evil that these people are trying to make it out. The exact opposite is the truth. People that are vile and evil do vile and evil things. Then they try to deflect and pretend like you did those things. This isn't my first rodeo. I had a man downtown who didn't like me. And I guess there was a reason. I beat the shit out of his brother. But I got to tell you, his brother's friend stabbed me. Yeah. And I didn't know which one it was. So we got into it. And this guy, he decided that he was going to take it and live by the feud, right? And he just kept it going and going and going. And he built this big lie about me downtown and went around telling everybody all this shit. He just went door to door telling everybody. The truth came out, because when that man went to prison, not for anything I did, or he was sown because he was the way he was, he lived by the sword, you know, he went to prison. And his cellmate was a good friend of my brother's. And he told that guy his bullshit story. And that guy knew us. And that guy was like, I know them very well. So while he was in county, there were several people in there that knew what he did, and he was lying, and he was trying to push it off on somebody, and it didn't go well for him. And I'm not patting myself on the back here, but when I found out about this guy, I said, leave him alone. What do I care? He's in jail and he's going to prison. I can undo the pain and anguish that he did and he caused me downtown. And I did. I went and I undid it. I had to talk with lots of people and say, look, I have proof this is not correct, because lies, deceit, they will follow you and they will hound you and they can destroy your reputation. But if you stay steadfast, and I believe this, folks, with all my heart, if you stay steadfast and you stay the course, God's going to see you through it. And justice will be served, whether it is in this life or the next. It will. And I've always lived by that. I don't break my rules for nobody, for anybody. You'll be vindicated. And the most important thing is you'll be vindicated in the court of God. When you cross over, God may have some things to say to you for some of the decisions you've made and things you've done. Nobody's perfect. But you can look at God and say, look, God, I am a sinner. I have done bad. I have done wrong. But I didn't do that. And God will deal with them, because when each one of these individuals goes before God in judgment, before they go to Christ, they're going to have to answer for everything they've done and said. And it could be a very painful lesson. A very, very painful lesson. That's the most important court right there. Everybody's worried about the physical court. This is nothing. That's the prelude. That's why I don't understand these people. They're like, they tortured somebody and then they killed them. You know, it was an evil bad guy. Well, what is the torturing part? Do you think you're going to do worse than they're going to get in the abyss? I don't understand that. If you're that inclined to do evil like that, why torture the person? I mean, it's not going to amount to nothing, because when they go to the abyss, it's going to be a nightmare. Many people I've talked to that are non-believers, and we talked about this, Anthony, you, me, and Maddie. They report being in this blackness.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it about 15 times. Floating in a darkness, just an absolute darkness, all alone, where there's nothing except maybe things they can't see that will bite them and pull on them. And they're thinking, oh, something really bad is about to happen to me. I'm all alone in the darkness. There is no light. That is what happens when you drift afar from the Father, the source, which is what we all are. We are a part of the source. Each one of us is a fractal that comes from God. The man that was on this show earlier, him, all of us, everybody. And when you die, if you are drifting afar from the source, that's what can happen to you. Most of the time, it's enough to scare the crap out of people, because being all alone and helpless without light, without God to call out to, it's not a good feeling. And that's just people who, just like one guy, he died in his sleep and he was resuscitated. Thank God his roommate was a medic and he was able to resuscitate him. Took too much sleeping medication. That guy, he wasn't my friend, but my friend, he used to be his roommate years ago, when we were in our 20s. And him and his girlfriend, his girlfriend checked on him. That's what happened. And he wasn't breathing. And luckily it wasn't. And I told him, I said, because he was a devout atheist. I said, that right there was showing you right there what you needed to do. He was very hedonistic. He was one of these people that did all kinds of nonsense. He used to Like I said, he wasn't really my friend. He was a friend of a friend, but I knew him. And he would just, drugs and orgies and sell drugs and all kinds of stuff. And just, he would, he didn't believe in God. And he died in his sleep. And by the grace of God, he was pulled out of, get this, he was pulled out of the darkness, shot back into his body. And you know what? Right before he was pulled out, before my friends and his wife were both trained as nurses. One of them was from Germany, and he was, they actually teach them CPR. That we have to go figure it out here, which I've taken the classes, but there it's standard. He said, I was just about to be eaten by something was grabbing me and biting me, and I was like, "What? I'm about to be devoured by this darkness." And he says, "God, help me." And he sees this little pinhole of light, and then he says, it didn't open up any bigger than that, but he says, "Christ, help me." And then it opened up. And the next thing you know, he's back in his body. And he's like, "I didn't know what else to do." He goes, "I was raised as a Christian when I was a kid. I didn't really believe." And then he shot back into his body, and my friends Jay and Trisha were able to save him. Something told them to go and check on him. And that guy now in this day and time, he's probably a better Christian than me. I saw him not too long ago. There's this place I love to go, just called Pollo Rico. It's a chicken. Would you call it?
It's like a Mexican restaurant, but their specialty is
charbroiled
chicken.
Yeah. So I saw him in there. And his name is Chris too. And I said, "Hey, what's up?" And we talked, and he's on fire for Christ. And he's like, "We're living in the last days, brother." And seeing him go from being this guy that put on raves and orgies and just doing ecstasy and all kinds of cocaine, all this stuff. And I just thought, this guy's out of control, dude. Like, this is a guy who was beyond anything I had ever done. Now I don't judge him. That's his thing. I ran a nightclub. These people, you meet these crazy people. And then he was like, dude, he died. He goes, "I had to have been dead. And these friends of mine saved him." She had gotten up to go to the restroom and just never had done this before, and just thought maybe I should check on him. His door was partway open. And I think it was because like he would snore in his sleep sometimes or something, but not real bad, but he wasn't making any noise. And so he was on the phone just like, 20 minutes before, but then he was quiet all of a sudden. And so she just kind of, I don't know the whole story, but just opened the door, and there he was, not breathing. And they CPR'd him, jumped him, got him back in, to crazy, dude. And the way it fell, it wasn't by accident. Like, there are no, that's not a coincidence. And the man lived, and now he is one of those people that's like, there is absolutely a God. There is a Christ. There is. He's like, I was done. The darkness had me. And he goes, I was like in the abyss or heading somewhere, because he felt like he was floating. And then he said Jesus, and then he was back. And that was it. And now he's this devout Christian. He's even gone he was from the Netherlands, but he's gone back to the Netherlands and, because it's a very sinful place. And he's tried to get people to, to go back to Christ, And that's, that right there to me, it tells you that there's something bigger at play here. And when you play around and do and say the things these people do, there's one or two things happening. They either really don't believe or they don't care. Both are very bad medicine. And you better start believing or you better start caring. Because if you don't, you will end up in a very bad place. I'm telling you, because your life could go out like that. There is no promise of the lights being on tomorrow. It's not like you pay the light bill and you expect the electricity to be there. You don't know what's going to happen from one minute to the next. So why die in sin? Why die hating somebody, especially me? Am I worth it? Are you going to sit there and say, one of these people said that he's never going to pray for me and he'll face judgment on that day. He said, Barton said that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he'll deal with it on judgment. Barton, you don't know what's going to happen from one day to the next. You don't. Why would you want to live the rest of your life hating me and trying to turn people against me to kill me? What is the purpose in that? And if I died, would that make you happy? What do you think Johnny Henderson would think of all this? He was a very close friend to both of us, and you believe that he was a very righteous man, as I do. Do you think he would like to see us at each other's throats like this? I don't know what you've been told. And I don't know who these warlocks are that told you that I was cursing them. If that's a story you made up, or Larry made up, or Jim Bob, or Joe Bob. I don't know who told you this. But this is absolutely insane to think these things and say these things and to incite violence on us like this. Your words hold a lot of weight with these people. They obviously look up to you and they're listening to you. Why can't you just go back to your show and do whatever it is that you're going to do instead of wasting your breath on Facebook to try to incite people to do things? And these people that you've fallen in with, dude, take a look at these people. And now you've become one of the worst, in my opinion. Damn. There is no human being on this earth that I'm going to go to hell for. No human being is going to make me hate them that I'm going to go to hell for. I forgive you. I don't think it's right. I don't condone your behavior, any of you. But I forgive you, and I love you, and I don't want you to go to hell. Now, a couple of you, I'm not real sure if you even have a soul. That sounds horrible to say. But knowing what I know about the nature of reality, I'm spitting truth here. I'm telling you, I think a couple of these people are on autopilot. And I think a couple of them have mental health issues, and then still more are probably demonically influenced. My opinion. But take a look at this chubby little face here. Do I look like somebody that you need to be obsessing over? If I woke up every day and I had to obsess on Josh Turner, my life sucks. Because I look at myself in the mirror and I'm thinking, damn, I don't even want to obsess on this dude. And I'm me. You know, I'm not looking at myself going, well, look at this chubby fat guy, you know, whatever they these names they call me, all these things. Why would you? Who cares? Who gives a shit? And they flatter themselves with, he's obsessed with me. I'm not obsessed with you at all. I don't watch your show. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
You don't even think of yourself as much as they think of you.
No, I don't. I know I'm not a sorry MFer. I know that because I don't screw people around. And yeah, I did offer you money, Wendy. I offered to help you. And there's about 1,000 other people, if they're being honest, they'll tell you that I did it for them too. One of the guys that I had that fight with that Clough was fixated on. I'm not going to say his name. He's from Oklahoma too, and Clough just hated his guts. I helped him and his wife in the pinch when they needed it. They needed money, and I came through. And now she's one of the people going around bad-mouthing me too. So did he. It's life. But you don't do things because you need favors or whatever the hell else. Life is not transactionary. If you have turned your life into transactionary, then guess what? You're getting nothing for that. Nothing at all. If you're doing something for somebody, you're thinking, yeah, I'm going to do this because I'm going to get something back. You've already lost.
Counts for nothing.
Only reason you should be doing it is because that person is suffering and you want to relieve their suffering. I had a friend of mine, and he's kind of weird. He's kind of odd. He's got his own belief. He's a Buddhist. But he told me, he says, some people need to suffer. You're actually impeding their progress by helping them when they're suffering. You shouldn't be giving them anything. You should let them go through it. And I told him, I said, that is their path. That is their situation. My job as a good person, if you're trying to be a decent person or whatever, is to help man and animal if you see them suffering. You don't stop and go, should I let these people be killed and burn in this fire or whatever, because gee, they may have done something in the past life that I don't know. Maybe it's just let it happen. It's their karma, right? No, dude, because it's happening for a reason. And not everybody's destined to stay or be on the will of Dharma. So I argued with him. We're friends. He's a kickboxer, lives in Thailand, and he comes here every now and then, and he's crazy as all hell. And I think Anthony probably knew who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
In fact, they call him crazy. But he's arguing with me. He said, you should let that happen. I said, no, you don't. That's your opinion, and I respect it. And he's a very tough guy. I don't want to disagree with him. He kicks like a mule. But I told him, I said, I'm sorry, but I'd fight you for it. I will never do that. And he says, you're too nice. He says, you're soft in that way. He goes, you're hard as hell, but then you have a soft spot for people and animals and things. And as he said, that's not correct. You shouldn't do that. That's his opinion. And that he's entitled to it. But here, it is not my place to torture or be mean or whatever. And the minute these people would leave us the hell alone, it ends. They have all the power, folks. They do. They absolutely do. They could turn it off tomorrow. It's like a switch. And this could end, but they won't do that. So you have to do what you have to do. Because there comes a time when, you know what I mean? You have to do it.
Yeah.
Has to get legal, whatever. All right, guys. I'm sorry that I was so stoked about this shift, and I don't blame you. I mean,
Yeah.
But I was really stoked about tonight's episode.
Well, maybe we can do that. This is the live stream tomorrow instead of
tomorrow's
the
members only. I mean, maybe we could do a Tuesday and a Thursday next week. Well, no, it's Thanksgiving weekend. We'll figure something out, folks. I'm sorry. This ended up happening.
But I mean, things play out as they do for a reason. I mean, if the show didn't kind of pivot to the direction that it did, then we never would have had the chance to talk to Chris. That was an important thing that needed to happen, but both for him, for us, for the community at large, to show how you're supposed to talk to someone, how it's not some insurmountable task to speak to each other in a civil way, and ultimately apologize and forgive and let go and move on, because life is short. We're not promised tomorrow. Tomorrow may come and any one of us may not be here. We don't know. So why go through life carrying around this heavy backpack of negativity? You have the power to just drop it off, to just fling it off your back like a kid who just got home from school. But you tell yourself that you don't. We as people, we have pride, which is it's a deadly thing. It's a deadly sin for that reason. Because if we carry that pride with us to our grave, then we have hardened our hearts, and that our minds and our hearts are still full of anger and negativity, and it's going to cost us in the next life. Whatever any of us believe about the spiritual matters, everything comes with a price, especially anger, hatred, resentment, all of that negativity. And all that we want to do is break that cycle, stop this negative feedback loop, this self-perpetuating, ever-growing black mass of iniquity. You can't take that with you to the other. You can, but you will regret it. So this show, this live stream, it was meant to play out the way that it did, because it set an example, and a lot of people needed to be shown, like, look, this is how it's done. This is how you communicate effectively, and agree to disagree if necessary, and apologize where you both need to apologize, and you move on. It's a liberating thing. There is a weight that is lifted off of your chest, off of your shoulders, off of your mind, off of your spirit when you do these things. You just have to do the work and stop telling yourself that you can't, because you can. We all have more power over our lives than we realize, and it is a lie that we can't change anything about ourselves.
No, that's absolutely.
Don't ever tell yourself, "Oh, well, that's just how I am."
Yeah.
Don't ever tell yourself, "I'm the type of person that," and then fill in the blank with the type of person that you are. No, you don't have those limits. They only exist in your mind. If this world that in which we live is a simulation, then it can be manipulated, which means that you have the power to change your life, because you have the power to change you. You're not helpless. You're not a victim. None of us are. You have the power to be what you want to be in your mind's eye. That person that we all carry up here, that the ideal version of ourselves, that when we're alone, away from everyone else's influence, and we just close our eyes and visualize, who do I want to be? How do I want people to perceive me? You can fulfill that, but you can't do it when you're carrying around a 50-pound rucksack of anger, hatred, and resentment. You just can't. You can have one or the other, because you can't take both with you. You just can't. Life doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
So you choose what you want.
I got to address this. 4 hours, nothing about Dogman. Ray Boyd. Some things are more important than talking about that. I did not plan, like I said before, I did not plan for it to be this way. Some very awful things were said, and they tried to make it look like we were grifting, and how these people were able to take me trying to help somebody financially. And I've done that with multiple people, and they try to take it and turn it into something negative. I cannot believe that people are able to do this, but it does happen. And so, who is Lauren Mata? Okay. Look, I'm sorry that you didn't get your Dogman stories tonight, but my life is being threatened, Ray. And my family's lives are being threatened, and they're threatening to burn our house down and do all kinds of crazy stuff. And somebody from that camp came over here, and we talked to them and hopefully made some progress. They may be sincere, they may not. That is on him. That is up to him. But he said that he wasn't going to say anything else about us, and we're not going to say anything about him. The things that were said about me, they accused me of being a gay serial killer, and it's crazy though. They say I'm a woman beater, and have literally one of them has said I've done a lot of things to girls and women. That's what she said, which is crazy, because the other one's saying that I'm a gay serial killer smothering men, and that I sacrifice children for Halloween and all this other horrible, the most awful things you could possibly dream up in your head that they've said about me. And I'm not the most moral human being on earth, but I'm probably more moral than a lot of people out there. And I'm not trying to say this by being ugly or mean to people, but you can change that about yourself, because I wasn't the most moral person, and I changed that about myself, like you said. I told you when you were young, remember how skinny you were and weak and scrawny? I said, you don't have to be that. You can be big and strong. And you were like, how? Yeah. And I said, watch, go to the gym. And I told you, if you could change your body, you could change your mind. And if you could change your mind, you could change anything about yourself. We don't realize we have been zapped of our power as people. We don't realize how much power we really have. And there'll be plenty of other times to talk and tell stories about Dogman, because it is a real thing. I saw, well, if you want to call it Dogman, a werewolf, whatever, when I was 15. And there are still stories to be told about this entity and these other entities that do what they do. And there are all kinds of shows that we've talked about, everything from alien abduction, alternate realities, ghosts. I got a story a guy recently gave me. I told you, I think I talked to you about the guy from Dairy Queen. He worked a shift and it didn't happen, or it was. I got to go back and look. Crazy, weird stuff. Crazy. And we will talk about that because that's what this show is. But the fact that I'm able to retell encounters and get good guests on and they tell encounters and we have great panels like we did on Monday, that breeds resentment and anger in people's hearts and they become jealous and they want what you have. I can't control the larceny that's in these people's hearts. But if I could touch one person, it's worth it to sit up here for 4 hours. And there was a lot of anguish and hurt. I can't tell you, Wendy Crooks, how to feel about me. You hurt me because I did the right thing by trying to help you. And then you turned around and told that camp that I was trying to bamboozle my audience by taking money and then giving it to you. I don't know. I don't really understand your logic or follow you. You must have had something in your mind. I feel like somebody put an earworm in you. And I'm pretty sure I know who it was. And that's unfortunate that he's that way because he did it to me and turned me and Maddie to fight. That's my opinion. And then he spent 24 out of 31 days trashing us for hours and hours and hours with this high priestess of Mike's. That's what I think it is. It's a cult of ignorance. So, folks, I got to run. I'm already getting a noise complaint in one of the complexes here. I got to go. But we love you. Good night.